y'all. Look at this. Cheers, everybody, huh? Cheers, cheers. We're doing this, the live streaming now a couple of months. This is the first official close above 14, so cheers to that shit. Of course, quiet day, right? But still, I mean, it closed above 14. That's celebration. I might be on beer number 2 right now. I might be. I don't know. But quiet day overall. But still, above 14, I'll take that. I'll take that W. I mean, you're having a laugh, right? Could have been down, would have been fine. This is kind of noise. What was the volume today? I didn't even check. 5 million. Noise, right? Not much happening, but above 14. I just posted this chart. This is kind of what I'm eyeballing right now. It's not much happening. I know we're all keeping an eye out for if there's going to be any news. Who knows? But in the meantime, the setup is like, I mean, it's just super bullish in my call it a biased opinion if you want. But I can't find any cracks in the foundation right now. Of course, it could sell off tomorrow and then we reassess. But this setup, I'm generally speaking a relatively longer term investor. But even on the short term, even I'm tilting bullish in like to look it over a couple of weeks or month. Take that with a grain of salt, of course, right? That's not like high conviction analysis. Like I always say, I'll tilt one way or the next. But like this setup, now this cup and handle is really even starting to. Ryan mentioned it on the stream on Friday. Said, hey, heads up, this is you get a cup and handle happening here. And then we had a little bit of another little cup and handle, but now it's like just like sticking to 14, like you're stick the landing, stick the landing. And but you got to see what's going to happen next, right? Just marginal analysis. But even still, that's the type of stuff that I'm just taking a peek at right now, just because we're inching closer to the new consoles. And I know we still got the heavy short interest. Doesn't seem as though folks have closed. And then we had that big Microsoft PR and people talking about new potential PR on like a Sony front. I have no clue. But seeing how it reacted up over 40%. A reminder for folks too, it popped on that Microsoft News 40% and everyone goes, this doesn't make any sense. This move is ridiculous. This Microsoft News isn't big enough to warrant this jump. Just a reminder for folks, the stock price is now, it closed today above where it closed that day. So for those folks who may have been saying just based on that, the news release itself, which we were analyzing on the stream, you might look at that and go, this is fluff. There's nothing here. You know what I mean? Like, one would have thought that the price action the price action is not supporting that argument. You know what I mean? There's other elements to it. This isn't not to just say this. Obviously, this stream isn't all about technical analysis, right? You see the GameStop videos, but even still, that's why I always say I watch the price action, because if it was fluff and there wasn't anything there, obviously I disagree with that, number one. But number two, if it was and I was wrong about it, then I keep on thinking, the price action will kind of validate the move or not. Or it will give everything back. It will come back down to $9 or $10 or whatever, give a lot back. Now it's literally closing above where it closed that day and the subsequent day. You know what I mean? And again, this $15 and $16 range is looking increasingly interesting. It is. That's not to say anything's going to happen. Again, I'm just tilting one way or the next. And now it's like if you do get news tomorrow, or like we're still in this $14 range and you have this type of a setup, I think rose-colored glasses again. I still think any news on like a digital type partnership it should still be interpreted as bullish from a fundamental standpoint. But even with all these other variables now supporting like a bullish take, I think you're going to have rose-colored glasses. And even at this current price point, what's the market cap? It's still 918 million. Which in my bias a bit, it is still quite low. I think, again, relative to where I think the free cash flows they'll be generating over the next 12 months, and then the free cash flows that they could be generating, now we're talking about to perpetuity. Isn't that crazy that we're talking about this? I mentioned how it kind of felt that last weekend, it kind of felt like that sentiment was shifting, where more people, the discussions have shifted. People used to be talking GameStop physical disc, and it is finally starting to shift more towards what, holy shit, the long-term future of GameStop, right? Maybe they can have a place in this digital arena, whereas no one could even fathom that a couple of months ago. Legit, you look at the public analysis out there, people couldn't even imagine this. And finally, it feels like that discussion is starting, where people are at least, it's not, I'm hearing less and less people talking about the physical digital argument. It's all about like these new potential partnerships. And I think that's great, because that means people are coming around to what many of the bulls have been seeing now for a while, that I would say that I think is more tuned into reality, in my opinion. And And now that's the discussion. That's one aspect, kind of like the whole sentiment, the psychology around GameStop and so forth. But the technical, I mean, from the chart standpoint, this is supporting it as well. And then if you do get PR on the fundamental thing, that could continue supporting that sentiment shift and to like momentum, folks. Like I keep on saying all these different aspects of the thesis, of course, grounded in the fundamentals, right? That's the most important part. But I think as GameStop keeps on like publicly evolving, like it's all kind of been like I keep on saying how it's just been bullets on a PowerPoint. GameStop management's been talking about it. Everyone's like, even I myself have been like, well, I need a little bit more. I need to see a bit more. You saw Wisink and the Jeffries analyst saying, I just need to see a little bit more. But that's the thing. As you get more, I think the opinion of GameStop and stuff is going to come around. And because it still trades, in my opinion, at a relatively discounted price, I think that it still has quite a bit more room to go. That's my opinion. And this setup is looking good. Like it could have been. It's just funny that it's working out this way because it could. Like I keep on saying this over and over again. Like we could have been back at $9, $10, $11, and it would have been the same stream. We would have been saying the same points, pointing to the fundamental thesis and so forth. Because sometimes you have a strong fundamental thesis and the other elements aren't supporting it. Shit, that's been the case for the past 12 months for GameStop. You know what I mean? Let me just pull up the daily here. Like there's been this fundamental thesis that many of us. Cheers, everybody! Cheers, everybody on the chat. I see a whole bunch of people in here. Welcome. Happy Wednesday today, huh? Where it's been grounded in fundamentals. In all these other factors hadn't really supported that fundamental thesis, right? It not supported it, but they were kind of at odds with it. And now as it's happening these past couple months, as we've been streaming and chatting, all of us been chatting, like now they're starting to tilt in favor and everything's kind of aligned. I've seen some people saying that too. And generally speaking, I agree with that. Like everything's kind of aligning with that fundamental bull thesis, which makes it a little bit more exciting because I keep on joking, like as a value investor, you don't have that very often. So it's like it's nice when they are starting to align and you hope it sticks, but it doesn't always. And if it were to, again, the setup right now I'm still tilting bullish here, but you never know the charts. I mean, you're doing your best to do that marginal analysis, but you never know. It's never high conviction stuff. But even still, it's like you like to have that on your side. I'll tell you that. And then did I do the RSI too? Yeah, I mean you see the daily. This is the daily chart. That was just the 15-minute chart that I had up, right? I mean 50. I call myself a long-term investor, right? Pulling up a 15-minute chart. Well, come on, that type of stuff I'm at least taking a peek at, right? Just taking a peek at. And but then you pull up the daily, you see something similar here. Just those incremental highs. And I would agree with anyone who goes, yeah, but so what, right? But even still, you like all else equal, you want that to be happening. You want those highs. That first close above 14 since January 2019. Let me pull it back up. Maybe I got to keep it on daily. Let me change it to two years fully. Watch this shit. It's crazy. Right here, since this pop right here was because there were rumors of a potential GameStop being acquired, being bought out by a potential PE firm. That was the discussion at the time. So it popped from like 11 up to 15 or 16. I've kind of discounted that pop because it was so brief and nothing came of it, and then it hopped right back down. So, I mean, if you were to remove that, then you're going back to 2018, almost 2 years since it was above 14. But even still, so stick with January. And I joked, I just tossed out that tweet. I'm like, my daughter wasn't even walking. when GameStop was last at 14. Wasn't talking or anything like that. So I'm like, damn, a lot has changed since it was there, right? New management team, right? That's the more important part. More important than maybe more important to the GameStop thesis is that it's a new management team. It's their first time. And now things are starting to kind of move a little bit in their favor. And that's the thing. I still see some people kind of missing the fact that it's a new management team. And I'm like, it's a good opportunity just to remind them, like, this is their tenure. You got, like, this March, and, like, Sherman was kind of early 2019, then Jim Bell was coming on. But, like, since 2019, this trend is looking good, you know what I mean? And we have our own opinions as to whether GameStop has been kind of evolving and doing good, whether management's been doing a good job. But now the charts are kind of supporting that as well, so that's what I mean. It's nice to see that as well. But yeah, so there's some things too we're definitely going to bring up today. I'm sure some people might even talk about this. There was a new article from Dimitri. Cheers, Dimitri. I have not read this in full just yet, but I know it's going to be fire. I mean, Dimitri's read his other articles on GameStop in the past. Obviously, Justin, he's written a shit ton of stuff out there. It's some great stuff. Dimitri's written some good stuff. Kingdom Capital. We had Steve Mazzini up there too. I haven't had a chance to fully read this. I just read the intros there talking about some of the bullet point highlights right here. We'll get into this because I saw him opining that they may even have a deal with Sony, or that it could be up to 10%, which is much higher than many folks have been thinking. Talk about it on the chat and the stream and so forth, how maybe it's around 1%, 2%, 5%, 10% is one of the higher figures that I've seen tossed out there. But the quick take I saw Dimitri talking about is how partnerships like this benefit both parties, right? We always talk about the stakeholders. It's not just about shareholders. There's also other stakeholders as well. There's the debt holders, there's employees, there's vendors. There's all types of stakeholders when it comes to a company. And so in this particular case, this one, I was kind of get a feel for the vendors benefit from this type of a partnership and just benefit from having GameStop around. How many times have we talked about that? That many people seem to disagree with that. It's like, no. GameStop serves a valuable niche for many folks, customers and vendors, and it adds a lot of value. I saw some people talking about how GameStop doesn't add value, and I strongly disagree with that. How much value is kind of what's up, what should be debated, right? But that there was question over whether GameStop even added value to these folks and to these firms, I always thought wasn't a very compelling case. So if that was always the foundation for a bear thesis, I kind of moved on because I thought they're kind of missing some of the stuff that Dimitri talks about in here. Again, I didn't get to everything. I think it was just today, right, the 21st. But I'll definitely be getting through this, right, because I'm curious about his percentages here, and I like that. Like, this is a new take too. I always talk about how we've written so much. Justin has written so much about GameStop and other folks as well. You see so many different takes out there. But when it comes at it, I'm at it from a new angle. So Dimitri is coming at it from this partnership angle where the whole article is kind of like a high level partnership type stuff. I think that's great because many people haven't really done the work to try to pencil through this. We saw Uber sharing some figures. I included in the tweet from Monday because Uber's still the only one I saw pencil through. Justin took a stab at it too with some of his early analysis of that partnership too. So like those are the only folks who really toss some figures out. So I always like when people do that. And then you can pick it apart, but they toss something out there. You could disagree and run with it. So that I was gathering that that's kind of what Dimitri was doing here, kind of penciling through some of the figures and kind of just putting numbers to these this partnership stuff where most people kind of just debating the sentiment, the interpretation of this stuff. Whereas what really matters at the end of the day are those future free cash flows, but it can be difficult to calculate those types of things. The other thing too, and I didn't get a chance to see this. I saw Justin tweeted this out. There was an interview with who's this? Jim Gillies, Jim Guile. I didn't listen to this yet, but that was something I'd be curious if anyone listened to this. It was a bullish thesis, but I hadn't seen the name before. That's why it stuck out to me, and but I didn't get a chance to listen to this. But I did see this though. This is an article from a video on YouTube from Adam Feather, who he had uploaded a couple of other videos a couple weeks back on GameStop. This is 12 minutes. You got to check this out. I thought this was pretty damn good. He did a good job of kind of. So first of all, we've had a number of Seeking Alpha authors like bring people up to speed on where the GameStop thesis is at and how it's evolving. I hadn't seen there may have been stuff. I'm not like super dialed into this, but there hadn't been too much that was like fully covering how it had evolved over the past 6 weeks. I thought Adam did a great job. So cheers to Adam, cheers to Dimitri, and anyone else who was publishing some stuff that, especially if I missed it, but he did a good job of like boiling it down, talking about how the bankruptcy is pretty much for the most part off the table, and now we need to start talking about what does GameStop look like in this new world. That's the important part. And that's what I feel like. That's why I thought this was a good video. Like, you really need to understand that aspect of it. And then I start to like the content. I'm like, all right, this person gets it. Where it's like, all right, this is off the table. So now let's start thinking about this, blah, 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 blah. But check this out. Definitely check this out if you're, most folks here are interested in GameStop, right? It's worth a watch or worth a listen. But he did a good job, like, editing together the video and stuff, right? You saw me put together those GameStop videos. So, like, I know how much work it can be. So, props to Adam. I thought that was great. Was there anything else I had popped up here? Had that? Not true. I saw people talking about a move after hours, but this isn't. If I may voice my opinion, this isn't much of a move, 2%. And then I saw people talk about that, so I just pulled up. This is the after hours, like 2% for a stock like GameStop, super volatile. Yeah, like 2% isn't that big of a move. Then I pulled up this to just see the after hours move. If you pull up the VWAP, it's only 14.25, which isn't up that much. There's not that many shares traded. Just a heads up, like I say, educational channel, right? Like these are for my style. It could be like for day trading type stuff. If you have a different style, maybe this stuff matters more. For my style, it's kind of just noise. But I saw people mention that. I'm like, oh, let me just pull this up real quick while the video was playing. And I'm like, oh, okay, so nothing big. But now we're creeping toward that 15 level, right? Creeping toward that 15, maybe there'll be. I don't know. I was gonna say. If you get, that's the thing. We look at these charts, right? But the fundamental news, when that shit drops, that's when stock price move up, down. That's really the big movers. But the setup going into it, that's why I kind of start looking at that stuff more and more. I saw the borrow rate was down just a little bit. Some people have been talking about that. But again, this is marginal type stuff. Just something I pull up. Just check out, down 28%. But what was the volume? Let me just pull up that volume. Sorry, I just want to check something real quick. So look at this. So yesterday, 6 million, 5 million. We're getting into that low volume we started in early October, right? You started early, you had crazy volume, right? And then it dialed it back a bit. It dialed it back again, right? And then the shorts hadn't closed, or they were still quite a bit of short interest on this low volume. It's like, oh shit. Then it picked back up, crazy amount of volume, and now it's dialing back down again. So maybe it will be quiet again, for better or worse, until you might get more news, and then who knows? That's what I mean. It could be, not that there's any intention to close those short positions, but it's tougher when there's lower volume. You know what I mean? And again, but there's that fundamental thesis. You know what I mean? That's it seems to be. Okay, cheers, everybody. Let's get into this shit. Let's get into. I had that. Oh, let me just check the weekly real quick. Excuse me. Oh yeah, they made that gap up too. I hadn't checked that. That RSI is 78. Okay, so let's see if it break. Let's see. I'd be curious if it can break above 80. Just something I was kind of eyeballing, like those weekly and monthly charts. You know what I mean? Damn, that chart looks good. Look at, we're getting into. We're still in this range. I think I'm still in this like 11 to 16 range. We're just in that box. Like these moves, these intraday moves. It's like you're just taking a peek at it. But as long as you're in that box, everything's kind of still status quo in my mind. But that's the thing. You get one big news item, then forget about it. You'll be out of that box. That's what I think. Just adjust that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's get into it. Let's do this shit. Where we at? Cheers, everybody. Who we got? Steve Stomp 14. Cheers. We're rocking it up. Steve was pointing out this on the monthly chart. These big leaps. How he was kind of comparing it to the overstock, like that's squeezy. I mean, I wasn't following it too closely, but it went up so much you could probably call it a squeeze. I don't know if they were actually closing or whatever. But you had these big ups, and Steve was like, "Hey, this kind of looks like OSTK." You know what I mean? Watch this. I'll pull it up real quick. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? I was like, all right, Steve, let's keep an eye on this. So Steve is up at eyeball in November. After hours, Craig. Cheers, Craig. Welcome, Craig. Welcome, Steve. Welcome, Uber. This is how it's going up. Yeah. Myth, welcome. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Daniel, cheers. Notifications finally work. Oh, we're not getting the notifications. Oh, thanks for the heads up. YouTube notifications. Oh, yeah, that's why I think. Thanks for letting me know that. Do people get notified when you're subscribed and stuff, right? That's a bummer if it wasn't working. No, so Matt was asking after hours too. Okay. The nice wood floors, jealous. Oh, is that from the kitty the kitty video? I'm not in that room anymore. I'm now in the basement. That's now my that room's next to where my daughter's sleeping and she's going to bed. We can't be waking her up with these crazy streams. You know what I mean? So I had to move down to the basement once we started streaming late at night. You know what I mean? Oh shit. Dale, welcome. JG, welcome back. See you. Cheers. Kirby, welcome. Oh, this is great. We got lots of folks. Let's do it. Dale. Cheers. By the way, anybody used to say cheers before? Cheers, everyone. I know. Oh, now you got to, right? Alex, welcome. Daily O'Brien, cheers. Chart looking good. Daily says that too. He's seeing that good chart. Yeah, I saw someone else say. What did I see someone else say? Yeah, I think other people are not as many. I keep on saying this. Not as many people were picking up on the chart as I expected. I was talking about it like a month ago where I thought, people are going to stop paying attention. I still feel like not that many, from a technical analysis standpoint. There's other types of styles out there that may be picking up on the story, right? Like event-driven type styles, like I talked about Momo styles, but specifically technical analysis. I thought more people would be talking about the chart. I'm kind of surprised more people aren't, even right now. But Daily noticed it. The insurance detectives, welcome. Could be because more people thinking the last chance to get ridiculous low prices. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Johan, welcome back. This chart is just cups on cups on cups. Yeah, it's cupception. You know what I mean? It's cupception over and over again. Do I still got it up? Oh, yeah. Oh, to Uber's point, here you go. Cup. I mean, a long-ass handle. A long-ass handle. And, yeah, what is this? What would you call this type of a cup? It's like, we need a name for this type of a cup. A tri-cup with a long-ass handle going upward. Maybe if we break it down to the daily. You know what I mean? Cups on cups on cups. I like that. That's the thing, and part of that is like every time it goes up, it like sells off, and then it goes up, and then it sells off, and then you keep making the cups. You know what I mean? You don't get too many other cups where sentiment is like unabashedly bullish across the board. You know what I mean? But for a stock like GameStop, I'm just talking out of my ass here. What the hell do I know? But I agree with you. I'm seeing more and more cups. Okay. Oh, yep. Talking overstock as well. BCG, $100 or bust. All right. And again, I mean, many people talk about $100 in the short squeeze, but remember, if you have a longer term thesis for GameStop, looking out 5 years or so, like what's that market cap? What's that 100 times 65? Assuming they didn't buy back any shares, it's 6.5 billion, which at peak that's what it was in the past. But of course, their business model is changing and stuff. But it's not absurd. It's in fact, did I already see? Like did I see some articles out there talking about that? What it's not like it's 6.5 billion is it's what is it 6x from here at this point? It's you might argue it's very, very bullish, right? I'd argue it's a bullish take, but I can see it. I can see it from a fundamental standpoint. Doesn't mean it happens. It doesn't mean it's likely. But I know I just see many people talk about that $100 price target from the short squeeze thing, and I think, yeah. I mean, maybe something crazy, an infinity type squeeze, maybe you get there. But I think the real thesis here is if GameStop evolves and transforms, you might have a legitimate $100 valuation for this stock. Again, $6 billion valuation. Based on how these new partnerships evolve, how GameStop transforms, like it's not crazy to me. Sometimes I hear a take of like, all right, that's kind of crazy. You need something crazy to happen from a structural standpoint, something crazy short squeeze type stuff. To happen in the short term, sure, that's what you need. But I'm like, if you're looking out 5 years, 6 years, I think, damn, maybe. You got these high margin revenue streams stacking. Really, it's not. Look at and especially if you see some of these tech firms out there, firms that are growing, like they trade at higher multiples. They just do. So if GameStop revalues and people are revalued as like a growth type company, it's really not that bonkers. That's all I got to say. Not to say anything about the likelihood of that or specifically what those business models look like. We can talk about that on a 5-hour stream, right? Now, we do that right now. But my point is just that it's kind of just a number to people toss out there. I'm like, that there's a real possibility of that, right? Anyway, sorry, let me keep going. Y'all know that, right? Shit, okay. Oh, so Myth asking about the credence we should give this Seeking Alpha article. So I don't know how strong. I'm often like, I tried to avoid using strong language. I haven't read this fully to know if Dimitri uses strong language. I do know his past articles have been pretty good. And so my first take is if he thinks this, it's probably... has already likely already has. So I don't know that I would say likely. I guess that right there, I guess the title, I did read the title, I forgot what it was. So that language, so I don't know. I just know that his previous takes on GameStop have been fairly reasonable, grounded in reality, I felt. I'm not sure at this point I would say likely. It seems possible, you know what I mean? So that's just for what it's worth, though. But again, read his past articles. I always talk about the importance of tracking. That way, when you get a new article from a person, from an analyst, whomever, from a fund talking about a company, you kind of know what to expect. You kind of know they're fairly reasonable. They're not excessively bullish. They know the story. That stuff matters, and it accelerates, it expedites the analytical process. So in this particular case, I don't have much insights as to. Well, we'll get into. I got to read more about what he's actually saying. But the whole 10% figure. If that's likely to, you know what I mean? So these are good points. These are good points. But for what it's worth, in my analysis of Dimitri's past articles, I'll just share that. Was the market? Did the market tank today? I didn't even see that. I did see it was down a little bit. Did it tank? Didn't tank, did it? No, down a little bit. But so IWM, Russell kind of it's not doing anything. I did see that weren't there talks about like the stimulus plan and it like fell through again. Like you're always gonna have these small movements. But I wouldn't. This for my style of investing, this isn't tanking. Even the the Russell 2000, even that wasn't even down a full percent. So, but just a reminder for folks too. Historically, like looking over the long term, I always remember GameStop was always it did the opposite of whatever the market was doing, inversely correlated, right? Where the market would be down and GameStop will go up. GameStop will go up, or vice versa. GameStop will go down, the market will be up. Like it was one of those. And part of the reason I think is because of that the short interest. I've always kind of had a bit of a relatively heavier short interest associated with it. But now we've been talking about this on the stream, and I was asking questions too because I've always been curious that specifically with the short position. Is that because that's now a relatively risky position because of how much it could go up in some sort of some crazy situation. It's kind of a, like if the market is selling off, you might have to close. I mean, this is speculation, right? But you might want to trim your position on the short side by buying back some shares just to reduce your risk. As we talk about the risk profile of a portfolio, that's part of the reason that, in theory, not specifically with GameStop, but in theory, you might be closing a short position just because the size of the risk is increasing and you're feeling less and less comfortable with it. So I wonder if that's part of it, though, that if the long positions would be going down in a portfolio and the shorts are like, all right, I better start lowering some risk on some of these outsized positions, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm just rambling now. But that was something, it kind of always kind of does, not always, but I've seen it over the years, not even just recently, even when I wasn't invested in it, I was like, it is always like a inverse indicator. It's kind of funny. And I think other people said the same thing too, what they shared. Yeah, because GME is built different. That's effectively what I'm getting at. Thank you. See, Daniel can say it in just a couple words. I ramble for a couple of minutes, right? Cheyenne, welcome back. Yes, sir. Let's go. Polygon, welcome back. Yeah, right. As Kenny says. As Kenny. Yeah, welcome, Kenny. Because we have 160% short float. Yeah, or whatever it is. 140% or... Well, we'll get updated figures soon, right? In a number, just a couple of days here. Okay. So this upcoming third quarter earnings. So people get you. I don't have precise forecasts for Q3 earnings. I mean, maybe we'll talk more about this, but I actually am not even thinking too much about Q3 earnings. We always knew Q2 and Q3 these are going to be some of the weakest quarters for GameStop, and all that really matters was GameStop getting to Q4 and thereafter, right? Is to just make, because that's where a good chunk of the free cash flow is going to be. I'm not even thinking about Q3 too much. I was just talking to someone. I was talking to, talking to Steven, just saying I'm not even thinking about Q3 all that much for what that's worth. So that's the thing. My style doesn't require it. If your style is like, oh, what's going to happen at Q3, then you have a different style than me. I'm not thinking about it too much. I'm thinking about that longer term and how things are unfolding. But I mean, around quarterly earnings too, stocks can go. They could go up. They can go down. It just depends. That stuff can be hard to predict. Maybe people smarter than me on the chat can share some more precise as to what they think Q3. I don't even have stuff. Okay. Yeah, earnings speak would be Wave Minute. Welcome back. Well, welcome back, Wave. Okay. Okay, let me keep going. Okay. Okay, people coming back and forth, just talking about Q3. Right, the pre-orders is cash in the books, but it wouldn't be recognized as revenue until the folks who order them actually have the consoles in hand. And I believe that cash can be used for anything. I believe that was my interpretation, that once they have that pre-order cash, it can be used for whatever operational needs they might need it for, or not even just operational, just general capital allocation, whatever. Okay. Let me see if I can try to stay caught up. What are we, 7:30? Shit, how much am I talking for? Too much. Talk about, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Q3, if you remember on the transcript for Q2, the Q2 conference call, they were kind of downplaying Q3. The management team was kind of just saying, hey, we got some headwinds in Q3, reminder. And some folks didn't like that. Some folks on the stream were kind of upset. Or not upset. Well, they were maybe upset with how management disclosed stuff, and I didn't agree with that. Maybe we always want a little bit more, but now we're kind of getting a little bit more as time is passing, which is nice, which is what we wanted. But because management already has laid the groundwork for, hey, we have some headwinds, it may be that GameStop could beat in Q3 because people had some negative expectations. I don't have a strong opinion, just something to bear in mind that management kind of gave a heads up to the market. It wouldn't be a surprise if they underperform in Q3 for what that's worth. Doesn't mean I have any idea to know what the stock price is going to do thereafter. It also depends where the stock price is at when they announce, right? Oh, it jumped on me. Oh, I don't think I'm that far behind that. Oh, okay, this is good. This is good. Okay. Blessed Spear, say it with me, omnichannel. Exactly, omnichannel. That's right. That can lead to that elevated valuation down the line. But even still, in the meantime, perceptions can change. Matt says, I believe Giles said he doesn't expect GameStop to be a public company 2 years from now. So if you check out my GameStop videos, I felt the same way. Ryan Cohen getting involved after I uploaded those videos has kind of changed my thinking a little bit, but nevertheless, I had long felt. Did he say that? I didn't listen to this yet. Does he say it in the summary? Where I thought GameStop seemed like a natural PE takeout candidate. You know what I mean? I thought that like the cash flows until the cash flows are no more, that was one path they could take, and I still felt. Now, like I said, I'm changing my mind. Not changing my mind, but the odds, I'm changing the probabilities of that outcome just a bit with Ryan Cohen getting involved and seeing. I'm getting more of the story of the turnaround and being like, all right, they are going to leverage some of the stuff. It's still a potential takeout candidate, but that was originally I was thinking that GameStop maybe was even going to be bought out before the consoles, and then it didn't happen. Now it's not going. I don't expect it to happen in the near term right now, but looking out a year or so too. So he said that. Okay. But that was my thinking too. Check out those GameStop videos. I'm like, yeah, I kind of thought that this is where it's gonna go. And then now that we're closer to the console, I think maybe a year from now. But it kind of has. there's certain attributes that that these firms are looking for in a company. And I felt GameStop had them, but now now I think some of the management team and the board and Ryan Cohen, I think people are saying that there is tremendous upside to this business. I mean, there's the legacy business, right? That's what I was kind of thinking about. But if they can evolve and be this dominant gaming omni-channel experience for folks, then it could be worth quite a bit more, and you don't want to sell out at too low of a price because you want to reap those gains. You know what I mean? Okay. Oh, so Cheyenne says, did you get a change to look at Bitcoin? Sorry for the caps. I'm excited. I did, and that's I added to that Bitcoin position today. I did. It was already in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, as some of you know. Did I update that? Oh, and someone asked this. So here's the update. Someone said, why is GameStop still 26%? So there was a mistake. There was an error in the spreadsheet. Remember how I said I gotta copy and I gotta manually do this, update this. I gotta manually update this spreadsheet. And the prices that were being used were from when I was manually doing it. It wasn't the updated price. So the figures that you saw in the last one were using whatever price I was using when I pasted it in there. I've now fixed it, right? So now these figures will use the updated price. They should be changing. But that was an oversight on my part. And I caught it. I'm like, oh, that's embarrassing. From a spreadsheet perspective, that's embarrassing. And so now here, just for everyone's reference, this is the updated figure, closer to 35% in the this Roaring Kitty model portfolio. But I did add to, where is it? Oh, right here. It's almost a top 20 position. So thanks for bringing this up, Cheyenne. It's number 21. I think I increased it about I don't know, 25% of whatever it was before. I saw a little bit of a I mean, I like a longer term breakout, but I like the setup, and check out my GameStop videos. I'm generally a values oriented, fundamentals oriented value investor. I don't even know what the hell I am. You know what I mean? But if you do this, I pulled this up and I'm like, a little bit of a, didn't it go above 13K there for a little bit? So anyway, Cheyenne, I did see that today. These are the types of things, it would be hard for someone like me to go extra heavy in this position. But for the little bit of a trading opportunity, again, it's not a big position. What is it? It's not even 1%, right? I mean, it's a small position, but I kind of like this setup, and I thought this has one of those, it could be this isn't a recommendation. This channel is educational in nature, right? Not a recommendation. Everyone knows that by now, but it's just the setup. The setup just looks bullish. That's it. That's the thesis. The thesis is largely technicals, but also that psychological aspect that I kind of, that's the type of thing where people you can see sentiment be extra bullish on it, but it's mostly the chart. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm a fundamentals value investor, right? I'm like, oh, look at this chart. Look at this setup. You know what I mean? But I try to keep my universe broad. I do. I try to, I don't want to say no to an opportunity just because maybe it's a little bit above my pay grade, truly analyzing it from a fundamental standpoint. But anyway, Cheyenne, I was going to mention that. I meant to pull up the chart. I just forgot. So thanks for that reminder. But we'll see. This is just one day. This has been a number of years in the making. But you need a... This is what I've been doing here. Just quickly, if I may draw some lines on the chart, right? This is what I've been watching, and so I think that's when I was adding, right? When the hell did I add? Is this daily, weekly? Maybe a couple months back. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then as more time passes, just for what it's worth, this isn't forget the Bitcoin, just separately. When you get these setups and more time passes, this is what happened to tie everything back to GameStop. As more time passes, my conviction in a play, especially from even a technical standpoint, but even from a fundamental analysis to it, my conviction will increase as I get more data and I assess more and I make sure that I'm on the right track and it hasn't gone awry, the thesis is still intact. I'll add. I'll go heavy. I'll keep on adding. It's great. Sometimes I like when a stock remains depressed, when it gets a little bit cheaper, but I know the fundamental thesis is intact. And that's kind of the opportunity that I personally got with GameStop. And in this case, too, if you were bullish on Bitcoin, you'll only know in hindsight, really. But I'm just saying if it were to go up 4x or 5x from here, you had some tremendous opportunities to add this whole way in. But that's the thing. For some people, this is too long. 2 years is a long time. I get that. Not for my style. I like to see these uptrends, and I'll just add every couple months. You see I'm slow to move. People are like, oh, what were the moves? What changes? Sometimes I just drag my feet. I don't do shit for a while, right? And but then I'll just keep my finger on the pulse of stuff, and then this looks more. A lot of people say this, right? That's not a unique take, but as more time passes, I'm even a little bit more bullish than I would have been. Than I would have ever been before, really, for what that's worth. But still, it's not a heavy position, not recommendation, not advice, blah, blah, blah. But Cheyenne, thank you for bringing that up. So Hugo says too, Adam's doing amazing analysis. Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Hugo, for sharing that. He's talking about this video right here. Check it out. Just you can play it for a little bit right there. He does a good job like editing together some stuff too. Like I said, just check it out. It's 12 minutes. That's the thing. I like when people get it. I see a lot of takes out there, and people don't get it, and it's not because some people are just like, oh, you don't get it because like you're a doofus or something. I'm like, you shouldn't assume that, right? Don't assume that. Maybe they got something wrong in their analysis, or they didn't have time to really dig deep. And so that's what I mean. Like, if I see that, I just move on. I don't even keep on going. But this, I'm like, oh, this is great. Adam gets it. He gets the thesis. So cheers. Thank you, Hugo, for sharing. Hugo saw that shit. Okay. It's the bear thesis to be dead for all we need. Stable revenue and a commitment to omnichannel. Yeah. I agree, Polygon. I think that heavy bear thesis, they need to see it from a fundamental perspective. And as you get more quarters pass and more news and more partnerships, maybe, I think that will unfold. Eduardo, welcome back, Eduardo. Just wanted to remind everyone the VW squeeze went from 40 to 1,000. Is that true, Eduardo? Is that what it was? It was a 25 times gain. Could you send me a link? Was it 25x? Just total. And what was that time frame? What was it, like a 40 to 1,000? Is that what it was? I kind of forget. Anyway, yeah. I mean, Eduardo's not saying that that's what's going to happen. He's just like, hey, heads up, this is what happened. And kids, even I say, like, I don't know what the precedent is here. Not that I think that you're necessarily going to get something like that, but if there were a stock that we're going to happen to, I'd have to say that GameStop's up there. Even that doesn't mean it's likely, right? How many times do I say that? But even still, the setup, I'm like, I don't know what the hell happens here. Don't ask me. Yeah, Polygon. What's the PE ratio of Bitcoin? Yeah, what the hell do I... That's a great... I have no idea. Price to book, that's what I mean. I've noticed that for me to really go heavy into positions and stuff, I need to have my conviction is really based on the strength of the balance, like that downside protection. Right? How many times do you hear me say that? Broken record. But things, not so much valuation metrics themselves, but really that starting point of the balance sheet, the likelihood it's going to be a zero, and blah, 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 blah. But that type of stuff matters. Okay. Oh, the thing about PayPal allowing cryptocurrencies? Oh, I hadn't seen that. Very, very bullish, Hugo says. Oh, is there some news? I missed that. Cheers. Welcome back. Cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Oh, it looks like a porter. Not a porter. This is one of those Halloween brews I was talking about. Ah, shit. Do I remember which one it was? I forget which one it was. It was like... Rosemary's Baby. Rosemary's Baby. I thought that was like, oh, that's a clever title. I like that. I got a whole bunch of the different Halloween brews, you know? Some of them are like really heavy on the alcohol content. They're like 7%, 8%. I'm like, oh, can I do analysis on that? Oh, shit. Okay, Polygon saying he doesn't think the GME price is ridiculously no. Sure, yeah, I keep on saying like in the gutter, like that below $300 million market cap, which at least I understood a bit more back then. But when it was in July and August, I was racking my brow. I couldn't understand. So 300 is it's not it's maybe not well. That's the thing. We could debate that the whole chat, like the different levels of being undervalued and stuff. It's not as undervalued as it used to be, but depending on what it looks like 5 years down the line, in theory, not to say this is going to be the case, in theory, it could still be ridiculously low. But I would agree that you need some more substantive transformational aspects to the business. But we won't know that until a number of years down the line. So yeah, that's the thing. So Polygon says there's still good potential upside, but we're already 5x off the bottom. That's the thing. This is a bit of a fallacy where people think, stock's already up other people have said this too. They go, stock's already up 2x, 3x. It's overdone or something like that. But you know how many? Even forget the deep value stocks, right? Pick out some of these growthier stocks, these compounders, these Buffett compounders. Pick out any of them. How many of them were already triples and 5-baggers? I mean, I know so many people say this already. And then they went on after being a 5-bagger to be a 10-bagger from that level. Like, that happens. And I think they overweight the path. You know what I mean? They overweight the path to date. Not just for GameStop, but I'm talking about generally where they go, like, oh, it's already done this, already done that. It's probably already, the ride's done. It's like, that's why this is an edge value investors have. That I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused. More people don't do it. I kind of understand why some people don't. I get that, but I'm like, that's a huge edge to understand the approximate crude valuation of a stock, because then you have an idea as to whether or not something's overdone. It's not as simple as it went up 200%. There's so much behind 200% moves, or even 300% moves, that you need to understand why it went up that much and understand the potential. So just a reminder for folks, just something to consider, because I saw some other people talking about that too. Nevertheless, I already just talked about how Polygon still has a point there. Okay. Talk about First Solar, yeah, okay. Kirby says the shorts are taking notice of the chart. Are they? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe. I would think more and more the chart, because the chart keeps looking like it's hard to believe, because I've been long for a number of weeks now. What, 6 weeks? Been saying how good the chart looks. That's why I'm confused. More people aren't talking about it. But the longer it goes on and the more incrementally bullish it looks, I think more people will buy into it. Just like the higher the stock price goes, more people start gaining attention. So I think, so maybe more people are picking up on that, Kirby, just generally speaking, whomever it might be. Yeah, here you go. So Uber chimes in too. The other company whose price to sales is so distorted for value. Yeah, that's the thing. So Uber, why am I answering these questions? Uber's already answering the questions before I get to them. Is that there's other elements to take into consideration there. Okay, speculation effect. Yep. Okay, so Polygon sharing his fair value, at least demonstrating successful turnaround. So cheers, Polygon. And he's just saying he wants a little bit more information. I respect that. That's a perfectly reasonable take. Saying I think the max right now, for what I've seen so far, just to remind people, because I keep on bringing up Stephanie's analysis, because I really liked how she worded some of her takes here. Hey, Polygon, you might have seen a Jeffries analyst here. Where the hell is it? Where is it? There, my two. There it is. Oh boy, whew. How much percent is this one? I'm talking about the other ones. Maybe this one is. Anyway, right here. This is what Uber's saying. Uber, you saying the same thing, right? We can map new value drivers. Like there's some potential here to fully counter the decline. That's the secular decline in the legacy business. But it's truly fully underwrite the valuation. Polygon saying the same thing. I like that language. I always talk about. At times I'm really particular about the language, and so I can appreciate that. You just say it out there based on it all comes down to free cash flow estimates, right? That's the thing that you don't see too many models out there. That's why I like Uber sharing his thoughts, and Justin too, like tossing out here's what I think the company's going to generate free cash flow. It's really difficult analysis. Even I don't pencil through. I don't share precise numbers because it can be tough. But that's really what dictates what those fair values are. And someone like Wasink here, Stephanie Wasink, that's what she would do, I presume, in any of her analysis of the company. Be like, all right, now if they have a little bit more information to underwrite the potential change in the valuation, then they change the assumptions and the variables, and it impacts what the financial model is looking out 5 years and 10 years and stuff. Like I said, it's difficult analysis, and any small changes can impact like long-term free cash flows and stuff. But that's what dictates. That's what. Y'all know this. Let me keep going. Okay. A good conversation, though, right? I like these types of discussions. I like the back and forth. Oh, I disagree because X, Y, Z. I think, yeah, right, that's a good reason to disagree. I like that. Yep. Okay. Insurance chiming in there as well. Yep. Low, sure, but ridiculously low. Yeah. So that's what I mean. The degrees of undervaluation. That's where Polygon's going. That's the thing. And these are subjective. What does ridiculously low mean? It's subjective. So ridiculously to Polygon, it could be different to Uber, it could be different to me. That's what I mean. So then we start, it's like, what would we say, semantics, you know what I mean? You start like just debating that kind of stuff. But oh, okay. So Uber's saying maybe the float is a little bit lower because of some other long folks. Okay. Talking ridiculously low. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Going back and forth with ridiculous. I like this. Okay. Oh, yep. Wait, how am I doing here? Oh, I'm doing good. Okay. What time we got? 7:46. Okay. How many people? Oh, 70 people, huh? Cheers, everybody. Solid. Okay. Solid turn for a Wednesday, huh? But that maybe it could be. I mean, the chart's looking good, right? And then we could be on the cusp. But you never know about this. It could be. I keep on leaning toward we'll probably get some more meaningful news before the consoles roll out. When did they released on Thursday a couple weeks ago, right? So I mean, who the hell knows? I don't know. It's just guesswork at that point. Mr. Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Oh, talking about stimulus stuff. Yeah, that type of stuff is it's a lot. It's dominating. I see some market conversations. Some people think it has a bigger impact on GameStop than I personally think. I'm not saying it's meaningless. I'm not saying that, but I just think I discount its impact on GameStop. I think, and part of that is because of how I feel GameStop trades so cheaply that it's just kind of just marginal. It's been inevitable since August. Also, roaring kitty stuff. Oh yeah. Just so everyone knows, I can't post on stock twits. I did post, and now whenever I post stuff and I tag, as Uber says, it doesn't show up. Uber helped me test it, and it's not showing up there. So if you don't see me posting there, that's why. I think I can. It's a bummer, right? Yeah. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Talking stimulus stuff. Okay. And I don't even know. Yeah, if you get it, is there an impact? Like in a one day impact on GameStop? Could be. I know people talk about the extra cash in people's pockets. I mean, I get it. Oh yeah, try not to get too far ahead. Yeah. I'm pretty close. So let me get caught up. Hey, base. Oh, Cheyenne. Dash is just dash. It's short for dashboard. Good question. It's not a ticker. It's just short for dashboard. It's not even really a dashboard. You know, Cheyenne was asking about this. Was I blocking it? About this right there. Dash. It just stands for dashboard. That's all. And then you got the daily movers and stuff. We haven't been doing this. I mean, GameStop's been kind of dominating the conversation, but if we have time, we'll get it like we did it on the earlier streams, right? Where we get into the daily movers, the daily ups, the daily downs, and we can talk about some of these stocks. Oh, shit. AFI was down. Oh, I'll be careful. I don't know if Philly's here. I'll ask his opinion on that. That would just so happen. I tossed this up here, huh? Interesting. And the other thing, too, that's pretty cool is this insider buying. The insider buying stuff. We haven't been doing too much. There hasn't been much. That's part of the reason. You know what I mean? What's the market doing today? Oh, so some stuff's breaking. Like, there's a little bit of a dashboard here, Cheyenne. You know what I mean? Like, some more broad market stuff. Sometimes they break. It's okay. Okay. Makeshift, welcome back. What up? Makeshift. Cheers. Happy Wednesday. Okay, so, is there more price action? Weird price action, JG saying? All right, he's saying weird. He goes, I know, low volume, yada yada. That's okay. You could just you yada over the best part, right? But maybe the close above 14. It could, right? We don't know. So JG just tosses it on, say maybe closing above 14 could impact. It's a good. It's not crazy, JG. That's not crazy. That these round numbers. I'm of the opinion that the round numbers, they're a little bit more meaningful. So maybe there's it's real low volume. That's the thing. But indeed, it's a good point to bring up. I keep on thinking, many of us thinking that $15, $16 range, but even still 14. Oh, you tag me on Twitter? Oh, okay. Thank you, Eduardo. Oh, I did read this. This is the one I read, but I read this one a while back. Eduardo just... shit. Okay, it's not... I got it. I'll check that out after. Okay, thanks, Eduardo. I had read that. I guess I just forgot the if 40 was the low or something like that. You remember what I mean? Yes. Polygon. Oh, Polygon knew what I meant. Yeah, too early to fairly underwrite the stock. It's perfectly reasonable language, Polygon, right? Because I said, if you check out my early GameStop videos, even I wasn't. We hadn't heard so much. Let me pull it up again. I mean, we're all on the same page. Like when I was uploading some of those GameStop videos, I hadn't got many details on some of this stuff. It was kind of just bullet points and a slide and a presentation and stuff. I'm like, I need a little bit more to start fairly underwriting an increased valuation. This is the thing for my thesis. I just wanted the optionality. And if you view GameStop as an option on this opportunity, then it was easy. It was easy analysis for me. I didn't need to know the specifics, but I'm just like, oh, there definitely could be something there. And especially if you have a management team and investors and a board who care. How many times have you heard me say that on the stream? If you just have these folks who care, and my analysis of the setup was that these folks do care, and so I was willing to value the optionality of it. But indeed, to assign a high probability to this, I'm like, if it happens, there's tremendous upside. I remember thinking, if it happens, if they succeed, tremendous upside. But I just didn't know what the specifics looked like. But now what's happened over the past 6 weeks, like past 2 months, like we're getting a bit more in CU and Steve Stonks and EO, like been going through this bullet point in particular and kind of saying, hey, in light of this new information that we've gleaned over the past 6 weeks, here's what GameStop might mean. Here's a path they can go down. And I remember when I was first going through these bullet points, that stuff hadn't dawned on me. Like I hadn't really thought about, it wasn't that big of a conversation. Everyone's still talking about physical disc. And I still kept thinking like, that part of the thesis is like, so it's like a given people are going to still buy in discs. And it was too bad it took this long to really have this discussion, but I'm happy that discussion is happening now because it should. And even I'm like, you know what? At least I still want to see a little bit more before I'll assign a high probability to this. But at least I understand like what some of this stuff looks like based on some of the analysis that other folks are sharing. But even on this damn chat, I'm like, oh, this is great stuff. I could see this happening, and I can see some potentially tremendous upside on that front. But indeed, even I myself, I'm like, I need a little bit more, maybe some more partnerships, some more discussion of digital aspects and stuff. But I still think that Microsoft, that PR was kind of, like I keep on saying, that first domino to fall. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but like I don't think so. But you never know. You never know. There you go. Yeah, EO saying highest close in nearly 2 years. Yep. Trey hopping on. Everyone liking the stream. Trey, nice work. I see we're already above 30. That's all Trey. I know that. Cheers, Trey. Cheers. Yep, EU saying back to that 2013 chart. It kind of resembled it where it was peaking. A different setup, right? Massive. I know EO would agree with this, but he was saying looking back at that 2013 setup, how it was kind of running up right into it and then was kind of started to sell off. But again, there's so many reasons for a sell-off. It's I think some folks might be focusing too much on like the console release date and all that stuff. I just think from the setup for GameStop now is vastly different. That I can understand people like comparing it just because there's only so many console release dates, you know what I mean? So it's just natural to tie it back to that. But the setup is so much different this time that I expect different price action than what you've seen before. Quite a bit price action to be vastly different than what you've seen before, right? But we'll see. Time will tell. Yeah. So what I was getting at, you, is I would disagree with you on that front, but indeed, it's possible. It's possible. Okay, what are we at? Let me just see this. What's the Polygon? What's the ticker for that? I don't know what's the RKVI index? I don't know what that is. Oh, the Roaring Kitty. Oh my god. Oh, Polygon, that's embarrassing. Oh, that's so embarrassing, Polygon. All I had to do was read down one comment. I just had to read one. I just looked that ticker. Oh my god, Polygon. Polygon asked about the RKVI. The Roaring Kitty viewership index. It measures the upside for GME. Oh, Polygon. Oh, cheers, Polygon. Well, someone was saying that. Who was it? Fox being like, well, if you got all these viewers on the stream, then then that means that a lot of retail folks. I actually think that could be. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistaken analysis. I think people might draw the wrong conclusions for that. Maybe I'm biased. Blah 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 blah. But I think this is what's a little bit different about this setup is that I know people have been talking about. Like meme stocks and all that, and I just think there's a real thesis back in this one. You know what I mean? I just think, oh boy, I think people might draw the wrong conclusions from just how people like. I'll make a comparison. You know how people you'll see like oh, stocks are in the good, never buy stocks again, and it's a headline for like Barron's or something like that, and it's the headline, and people go, oh, that's the top, and I go, and how many times has that been wrong? Because now people are just trying to get you to share the article, the cover, excuse me, the cover, not the headline, the cover, and they just want you to share it, and I just think, oh, but you're drawing the wrong conclusions trying to base on that stuff. I know Polygon's just having a laugh, right? But that's what I think. If people are thinking that, I think, oh boy, then there could be even more upside, because I don't know, I don't know, we'll see. That's funny, Polygon, RKVI, We'll have to measure that, though, right? We'll have to, in hindsight, right? Looking back, we'll have to plot the two again in the same chart. Yeah, so Mitt's saying, yeah, finding actual numbers of the VW squeeze is a pain. So it's a little, yeah, it's a bit difficult. I hadn't seen the 25X, but Alexis, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Cheers. Yeah, I know, Uber, right? That sucks. Yeah, what the hell happened? Yeah, maybe. I'll give it some thought. I mean, I don't even, how many posts did I even make? You know what I mean? So it goes. I'm on Twitter. If people on StockTwits want to follow me, I'm on Twitter, but I know some people who are on StockTwits just aren't on Twitter. Bummer. Okay, see you. Talk about Ubisoft is doing cloud service like xCloud. I think we've underestimated the value there for possible partnerships. If specific developers begin to do it, GME could have agreements left and right. CU's been talking about that xCloud quite a bit. Saying how there could be quite a bit of opportunity there, and I haven't even heard GameStop talk about all that much at all. Hey Eric, what's up, Eric? Welcome back. Is this the highest close? Highest close since early 2019. Highest close since early 2019. Talking about the VW. Yep. Oh, see you talking about last column says restructure. What's it say? Oh, restructure both publisher and partner terms in advanced partners initiative, right? And so see you saying publisher terms. I'm thinking that's the xCloud, Ubisoft type partnerships to come. Okay, interesting. Right, publisher. We haven't heard much. Remember, just to bring up Scott's article as well. I got it here, don't I? Shit, where is it? Why did I have bookmarked? I got it bookmarked, don't I? I don't? It's crazy. This is worth bringing up in light of what CU's talking about here, how partnerships with potential... Really, I saw Scott... Oh, damn. This article right here is just where he's talking about Activision. In EA. These types of things too. Talk about the VW, okay. Could benefit by Microsoft and Sony carrying more developer cloud services in addition to just their own console-specific ones. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Uber's saying, yeah, what if some folks start piling on? What if incremental investors start piling on, and that's what drives the price higher? You know what I mean? That's what I've long felt was a legitimate risk to the short thesis that I was. That doesn't mean it happens, right? That you have like some folks who pile on because again, bearish sentiment was so heavy that I'm like, oh, I don't know if that could actually happen. But it's GameStop, a household name and stuff like that. And if people start seeing that there's a legitimate, I just thought that might take time, but maybe it doesn't. And imagine if people just start piling on to GameStop, and that's what drives it. And then I agree with you, Uber. You never know. But I don't know if that can actually drive price and stuff. I don't know. I just don't know enough about it. It's kind of, it's educational for me. Yep. As Polygon says, a meme stock and a real thesis aren't mutually exclusive. That's right. Exactly. Oh, makeshift on StockTwits. Oh, go to page 20 of the deck. 2020, 2020. Here we go. What'd you say? The right-hand side comment. Management clearly left us some breadcrumbs in hindsight. Okay. Multi-year transformation process is underway. GME laid out 4 pillars of this. We believe most important may be number 4 to the long-term health of the business, e.g. a postpaid phone-like bounty model where GME extracts economics from lifetime. There you go. I agree, Uber. Also, some things that I did read, so Uber, maybe you've seen this, but Dimitri does a good job of quoting management from last year's conference calls. I thought that was sick, so I didn't get through everything, but I must have just jumped ahead to like some quotes, and I read this, and this was from Q2 fiscal year 19, where Uber, you see a lot of this same language. I definitely forgot about this one, Uber. I just forgot. That's a great, thank you for bringing that up. That's a great one that I straight up forgot. We believe most important may be number 4 to the long-term health of the business. Example, they even gave an example. This is what Uber's saying, right? A postpaid phone-like bounty model where GME extracts economics from the lifetime value of the customer. Boom. There you go. September 10th, 2019. And just a reminder, here's number 4. This is trend number 4. And this is what we're seeing the announcements on, right? Good find, Uber. And then to Dimitri, too, for quoting those old conference calls. I like that. I didn't even have the context. I just read the quotes real quick. Oh, that's a great share. Okay. Should partner with GameStop to sell Funko Pop figures. But custom ones. I get you. Okay. Okay. Dylan, welcome back. What's up? What's up? Oh, okay. Okay, let me pull this up. Talking about the language in the GameStop. I kind of like this analysis, or marginal analysis, right? But I like it. I try to do this stuff. I feel like I could. Hold on, let me pull this up. I gotta read this shit now. Talking about the disclaimer language. What's this? The safe harbor language, saying that at the bottom of the PR, it implies that they had the deal inked a long time ago. I had noticed it when I reread the safe harbor the other day. Can you point me to something specific? Do I gotta read this whole thing? Is there a line? I'm too lazy. Uber. Uber saying there's okay. That quote definitely describes the Microsoft partnership. That's right. Well, in other potential partnerships, right? I think the big takeaway, not the big takeaway, but a takeaway is that there's partner terms and advanced partners. It should be plural though, right? I would hope it's partners, plural. You know what I mean? Partners with a hyphen after. But then they say partners down here, plural. You know what I mean? It might just be a typo. But I was going to say that that's what I mean. There's going to be multiple. That's what people in the chat are saying. That there could be, there already are some partnerships with some smaller type firms, but there could be other major partnerships with other firms. This is literally what they're trying to do. And as Uber just pointed out, that's what they bolded in the damn presentation. And it's the biggest take. They say that we believe the most important maybe, I mean, look at that. Oh, wait. Oh, these are quotes. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, this is equity. Oh, wow. I thought these were management quotes for a second, Uber, huh? I just equity research says this. Oh boy, okay. Whew. But management included it. That's Uber's point. Management included it in the presentation. But when I read the quote, I thought, oh, is that management saying that? Nevertheless, they chose, this is GameStop's presentation, not the Restore GameStop presentation, but this is the presentation that GameStop put together in June as part of the, or April, May, June, something like that, in preparation for that, the vote. And they hand-selected this quote. And then I guess they bolded. The emphasis is probably theirs. Right, okay, so this makes a little bit more sense. Anyway, sorry. Oh, the safe. Oh, I went too low. Oh, the beginning part. Oh, shit. Expectations about quarterly results are based on preliminary, unaudited information about the first fiscal quarter of 2020. What? Can y'all see that? What? What is this? This is the latest Microsoft. Expectations about quarterly results are based on preliminary, unaudited information. Still in early stages. Factors that could cause actual results for the quarter to differ. Wait a second. So, what are you saying here? Q2 2020 had already occurred. Was this news locked and loaded? Wow, that's a nice find. Oh, could be Microsoft's first quarter. Ooh. Microsoft's is second. Yeah, but it was a copy and paste. Yeah, well, we can just pull up Microsoft's. Let's just check out their safe harbor. Microsoft's. No, what's interesting is that there's not any quarterly analysis in here. Who cares? It has nothing to do with anything. There's no expect. Am I missing something? This safe harbor, it seems like it has nothing to do with the press release, right? It looks like they copied and pasted from a safe harbor related to quarterly earnings, right? Regarding forward-looking statements. I think this is a bad copy. Uber, this has nothing to do with quarterly earnings. This looks like it had to do with when they copied and pasted it from the safe harbor that they used when they reported Q1 earnings. Because those are unaudited at the time they report them. Yeah, that's what I think. Interesting. Nice find, though. Real nice find. Whew. Yeah, I'm inclined to believe that it's not even really. I was just gonna search Microsoft in the GameStop partnership. I can still pull it up, but I just want to see if it's the same. We'll do it together. Yeah, look at that. Oh, well, it could have been Uber. Yeah, I don't have strong opinions on this. It's still a nice find. I don't have strong opinions. It could be. It seems like it could. Also, they were talking about this a year ago, and remember how I was saying, like, and to your point, not that this is proof of anything, Uber, but I thought it was a little bit odd that we were so close to the new consoles and nothing had been announced. And I said this following earnings. I assume I said it following earnings because I believed it. So when we were doing that quarterly earnings, and I was saying that I wish we had more, got more, that was my one thing. I thought I disagree with some people who are really like really bearish following that. I didn't agree with that. But one thing I did, or even the management didn't did a bad job with it. Like I definitely didn't think that, but I did want a little bit more. I just thought it was we were so close to the new consoles. It was September, what was it, 9th, 10th? And so I would just agree with the Uber based on that alone. That, I mean, to ink that in October, maybe, because pre-orders have already been done. Pre-orders, the first round of pre-orders had already happened before this was announced, and I'm like, oh, this has got to be inked before pre-orders. But they'd already done 2Q20, so wouldn't they copy and paste have simply come from there? Yeah, they copy and paste sometimes. I mean, maybe. A good find, though. Good discussion. First, I'm like, what the hell? And what we could do too, we're not going to do it, right? You could pull up the safe harbor according to all their latest press releases, right? Just to see. Okay, let's do it right now. Now you got me curious. Now I got to do it. Let's check this one. Shit. No, not there. It's not in Q2. Interesting. Now you got me just a. Is there one more? I guess that's really it, right? Because we're not going to see any more safe harbors, I don't think. All right, just curious. Oh, Uber was doing it too. I'm like, let me just see, because if they had the same language in Q2 Uber, then they would have copied and pasted there. But it's not even there. It's not even there, because that probably just would have ended the discussion right there. Yeah, not there. Everyone liked to stream Trey. Trey doing work. Same exact one from Q1 prelim results. Actually, never mind. Close though, not quite. Pretty damn close. All right. Okay. Still, good discussion there, huh? And what did Uber say? Uber said it was a good article here. Good article, solid article. Okay. I'm curious about his confidence level in this type of stuff. Likely already has digital revenue sharing with Sony and up to 10%. If the deal was inked before the console pre-sales, that's the thing. Those won't count as they don't have the console. You know what I mean? Though that won't impact Q3 earnings because those won't count as earnings until they actually are. You know what I mean? That's just cash flow type stuff because they need to actually sell the consoles and then have the purchases and stuff. So I don't think that would have a material impact on earnings. What's his conclusion? I don't even know if I read the conclusion. Hold on. I saw him talk about long term. Yeah, I really like that he pulled up those old quotes, just like Uber pointed that. I like these things. Like sometimes you do this when you're really dialed in. Like I forgot some of this stuff. You know what I mean? That they were using the exact language that they're talking about now, but it was so far in advance, and then nothing came of it for so long. They're probably worth rereads. You know. Likely to get a greater allocation of consoles than other retailers. They had said that their allocations were in line with previous ones. They felt they did more than their fair share of Nintendo Switches. Yep. Revenue sharing is likely. Yeah, how does he say this? Let's rethink why GameStop would be selling discless. Sorry, PS5. Oh, okay, because GameStop said they're going to sell the discless ones. Okay, so this is more just he's deducing. He says, well, they already have. If they're going to be willing to sell the discless consoles. Concept of digital revenue sharing with select key partners. Yep. We're pleased to say that we're making some traction on that. We're excited about what that looks like, but we're not really going to give any level of detail on that way yet as we're just getting started. When was that? Q4 fiscal year 19. Oh, great job, Dimitri, huh? This is terrific. We're pleased to say that yeah. Likewise, we have, and then from the Q2 conference, we have and will continue to redouble our efforts on digital game sales, including subscription offers. Then we'll expand through recent digital revenue sharing agreements. We have us with parts. All right, terrific. If they did already say the small ones, they made that announcement, right? We talked about that. They already had some revenue sharing agreements with that appeared to be some smaller vendors, all right? We now know that one of the partners was Microsoft. Didn't they say it was smaller? I saw Jim Ryan. Oh, okay. A month prior, saying that they already had the partners a month prior to that. Yep. How does new GameStop differ from legacy GameStop? Oh, this is good. Oh, I didn't get to this. I didn't even see this. This is a long... I love these long articles, huh? This is how legacy GameStop... So this is important, right? You talk about people who get it. Dimitri gets it. This is the legacy... Here's the legacy GameStop. Here's... What does he say? Here's how it's going to be different. Below are some key items. There are more... oh, sorry. Let me just see. Is anyone... Okay. If the deal was inked before the console pre-sales... Okay. People don't get charged until items ship it. Right. Okay. But loyal repeat customers... Okay. Just talking about the benefits to both parties, right? Yep. Going through one by one. Nice. I'll revisit this later. Yes, okay. Maybe it was you, Uber. Uber had chatted with IR, and they said that it was with smaller vendors. If it's not anywhere else, Uber, that's where I must have got it from you. Not to say deals with others, right? That doesn't mean that they couldn't already be. Yep. Another takeaway is all online companies will eventually have an offline presence. GameStop just needs to right-size theirs. Okay. On the question of scale, I will repeat the quote from the Q2 fiscal year 19 earnings call for both our hardware and software partners that in most cases are their number one... What's this? So is it GameStop is their number one volume sales outlets? Is that what you mean? I mean, what do they mean? The grammar seems a little bit off. Grammar is scale, loyalty, and the brand and the offline presence. That's right. Some of what Ryan Cohen sees. Yeah, there's a ton, right? Can GameStop challenge Amazon? All right, I'm not even going to go with that one. Bottom line, GameStop is in a unique position of serving both its customers and its vendors while benefiting everyone involved. It's managed to solve the issue of vendors wanting to go digital by obtaining a fair share of value it provides to vendors customers alike. From a simple perspective, blah, 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 blah. Makes sense for everyone. GameStop will not only receive a share of digital revenue, they will also likely get a disproportionate share of the consoles. The future looks bright for GameStop. Okay. Okay, so I got to get to those comments later, huh? That's why I believe that it's the game developers themselves in the pillars. I think pillar 2, it would integrate. I think pillar 2, it would integrate GME into the console dashboard. Yeah, COC has been talking about it. Imagine GameStop integrated with the console. Do you know what I mean? It's not right now, right, CU? That it's not even, it doesn't even have a presence at all? Oh, that's the optionality, huh? It's just tremendous optionality. There's so many options, and I would get pressed if people were like, well, how much free cash flow does this result in? And it's a good question. I wouldn't even have an answer, but that legacy business provides that downside protection where I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'll have to assign more precise estimates down the line, but I'll have a bit more information, so I'll be in a better position to do so. I'll also have how they performed in the early quarters of this new console cycle to run with as well. It would then also give them a portion of all the in-game currencies, tokens that are happening, which ties back into our possible blockchain thesis. Wow. Well, I need to hear management talk about that, right? There's a blockchain thesis. See you? Is there a thesis? I mean, can you imagine? If you talk people joking on the stream, what if there's an announcement of blockchain-related stuff or EV-related stuff, right? You know what I mean? Like, who knows? Maybe down that. But I'd at least need to see them say the word blockchain before I can take that too seriously, right? Yeah, a lot of things here. Sick. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have to pick this apart more and more. I gotta read the comments too. I don't know if there's any. Oh, there's Uber. Oh, Uber right there. Uber, you don't even need to talk in the chat. I got you right here. And I get Dimitri's response. Perfect. This is excellent tag color. I was advised by IRA a few weeks ago that they attach 3 times on games and 2 times on accessories. This is great and frankly quite unexpected to the upside for me. A huge tangible benefit. Oh, sick. Look at that exchange, huh? Sick. Cheers to Uber. Also want to add that from my conversation with IR, the implication was that the inked agreements specifically were to in Q2 were smaller. Oh, Uber, you got it covered, dude. Should have read this shit. Oh, did you message me something? Oh. See, you just sent this. It said how blockchain works in video games. This is a worthwhile read for me. Yeah, I don't even know how it would work. How big is this? Hey, not too long. From coin slots to cryptocurrency. How could GameStop participate? Oh, okay. Did you answer this? Do that portion. It would then. Okay. That's why I now believe it's game developers themselves. In the pillars, I think pillar 2, it would integrate GME. Oh, you think that what future partnerships are the game developers themselves? That's what you're thinking? Integrate GME into the console dashboard. Would also give them a portion of all the in-game currencies, tokens that are blocked. All right, interesting. EV spec, yeah, the spec thesis too. Yeah. Okay, interesting. So yeah, we haven't heard much in that the publisher side, right? That's why I keep on bringing up Scott's. And then see who's talking about this too. Wait, did someone else just say this? Okay, so Uber just said yes. They're definitely looking at the publishers, developers in addition. So they're definitely looking, right? It'd be nice to have an announcement like everyone's talking about Sony and stuff. I'd love just to diversify the types of partnerships they have. Like I talked about stacking the different high margin revenue streams. Like if we get a Sony one, that's great, right? But it's similar to Microsoft. But when I in my mind, I'm thinking of all these different types of partnerships they could have. Maybe more so leveraging like an advertising type campaign we talked about, but maybe even on behalf of some of these of the publishers like you're talking about here. So that'd be great if the next one is like with a game publisher. Do you know what I mean? It could give us a little bit, but it could help us give structure to what the new GameStop looks like even more than we can right now with just the Microsoft partnership. That'd be exciting. I believe they will also use a blockchain technology to monetize the gamer data long term. Hey, playing certain games literally mines cryptos in your phone's app store. Zero chance GME doesn't leverage that. Wow, interesting. Can you imagine? Oh, as if they start announcing blockchain stuff in the next couple of months, I'd be like, what? I think you know more about this than I do. I obviously I have no opinions on this. I'll have to look through this and what did you say? There's zero chance GME doesn't leverage that with Microsoft itself. That's interesting. Zero chance? I talk about that language. That's strong language. Block tracking for games, the microtransactions and stuff. Wow, okay. There's no blockchain in here, right? Cryptocurrency? Just checking. Just in case. Something to think about, right? Okay. Okay, so now we're talking blockchain. Trace chiming in. Yeah, I think y'all probably know more about this than me. Here I am saying the one ad in the that Roaring Kitty portfolio was Bitcoin. And I'm like, all right, I wrote my fundamental analysis of it. Weak. I concede. I know your play. Like I say, know the play. What are you getting involved in it for? Which would indicate maybe how heavy you can go into it, how long you hold it, blah blah blah, all that type of stuff. My play in here is because it's limited by my inadequate fundamental analysis, is like I just talked about. But maybe y'all know a bit more. Oh, E25. Where'd it close? Where'd we get to? Did we break 14? Hey, all right. Let me close out of this. What did we get for a total volume? 46. All right. The WAP was 1428. Okay. It'd be nice if we could just break 15 even before you have any news, right? Just because it's that, 14, but that 15, I keep talking about that $15, $16 range. But for me, it's more this, I want to see this break above this area right here, 16 and stuff. But who knows? Maybe you can just get it on technical analysis type stuff. You know what I mean? Sick. Okay. I'm way caught up today, huh? This is sick. We doing actual research today? I'll keep this up. I'll close this. Bitcoin. let me just keep that up. Don't save, but let me just back out. I mean, yeah, that looks good. Lower, higher lows, you know what I mean? Boom, boom. Oh, how about the monthly? Monthly's a little bit less. That monthly close. Okay. All right, maybe that's it for me for now. I was wondering, I'm like, should I maybe add a little bit more than I had added? And I'm like, all right, well, let me just see what happens. But now I'm like, all right, well, for the monthly chart, maybe I need a little bit more. I want like a cleaner break, maybe above 14 or something like that, huh? But my real robust analysis, you know what I mean? Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, that was good. I just pulled up that monthly. I'm a little bit. I'll drag my feet a bit more for this. I mean, I had seen this. You know what I mean? Like I said, it was this line, right? I mean, there's multiple types of trend lines and stuff, right? It was this one that's right, and then it's kind of breaking above that shorter term one, which everyone else is seeing too. I'm sure I am. I'm certain I'm not the only one who's seen that stuff, huh? Oh yeah, what's Russell doing? It needs to break out. That's the thing. If the Russell breaks out above like this 167 range, and I keep on talking about that tailwind for GameStop, that's the big. I mean, you've already had a bit of a tailwind here, a little bit, but relative to not really much. Not really much relative to the S&P 500. You haven't seen. It's like still kind of flat, and QQQ. I think forget about it. Yeah, QQQ. You're still basing. You know what I mean? So this is the Russell 2000 versus the QQQ. Some tech stocks here. Kind of just basing. Not marginal analysis, but stuff I take a peek at for broad trends, right? Broad trends. And the Russell 2000 good. There's other value type ETFs. They're all kind of the same in my mind. They're all from here. Man, this sucks. These aren't working right now. What if can I refresh this? Shit. Sometimes they just need like a refresh or a couple of minutes and they'll start working. Damn, not working right now. That sucks. Whatever. I can pull up commodity prices. What am I doing? Come on. Gold not doing much, huh? Silver right in that area. Copper. Oh, copper's looking good, huh? Wow. What the? That looks interesting. Dr. Copper. Dr. Copper. Holy shit. It's a big 2-day move. Oh, the dollar, right. See, you just pull up the dollar. So is it just but I didn't think the other commodities were moving all that much. There you go. There you go. That explains it. Wow. They gave it all back. Jeez. Election stuff, huh? Election stuff? Okay. Oh, okay, we got some discussion about Bitcoin here, huh? The article you're reading discusses the importance of different types of devices. The phones table, I believe they will tie into things like xCloud. We might be, okay. See, we may look back, like we may be a while from that, but we'll look back on this and see, we'll see how prescient CU was. You know what I mean? We might. The options volume, option interest changes, trade history. Oh, what do you? Oh, for blockchain stuff. Yep. If GameStop allowed crypto transactions, it'll be awesome, or possibly make their own. It'll be like the in-game currency. No, that's what I was thinking. That I think I'd say GameCoin is like Cole's Cash. Yeah, I didn't think that was like that. Buffett invested in Barrick because of the copper. That's something that no trader noticed. Hugo, did Buffett talk about that investment? Also, I thought most people were in agreement that it wasn't Buffett who directed that trade, for what that's worth. That's something that no trader noticed. Oh, Hugo, you're going to have to cite your source on this one, because that'd be interesting. The people that bought gold only shares... Wait, this gold's one of the top... well, it's not one of the top positions, but how's New Gold doing, by the way? Hey, it's holding up okay. Oh, it's looking good, kind of. So, yeah, I mean, you'd expect gold to go up, too, of commodities. I mean, that's a big move for copper, though. Kind of stands out to me. Like, gold, I can understand reacting to the U.S. dollar like that, but holy Toledo. Nothing else? Excuse me. Wow. What the hell else happened today? Platinum. Oh, what's palladium doing? Kind of one of those solid trend plays that I watched for a while. Okay, looking good. I haven't checked in on the commodities for a while. Yeah, see, oil's still around 40. Natural gas broke 3? Oh, shit. It's happening. I figured that was going to happen by year end. What is it, October? That happened quicker than I thought. Yeah, I did see these perking up. RRC, AR, OVV. Oh, it didn't end the day flat. It was up over 9. I saw that. I like that. I like that. I don't know about other folks' opinion of natural gas, but I like it as like a multi-year play. Some of these players. Not so much. Not the individual natural gas price. It's pretty damn volatile. No. But I talked about multi-year. I don't know if other people have opinions on this, but what multi-year trends in certain, like you saw it in gold. I don't know if everyone agrees with that, but I thought as soon as gold broke 1,400, we were off. And I still think that play right now is intact. This is the monthly chart too. Look how overbought that was, which is a bullish indicator in my analysis. Here, let me just back out. Check out this 10 year. So like we were in this talk about that range, right, for many years, and there were steals back here. I was buying some. Well, I was buying some here and here. I got on a fundamentals basis, right? But now that the thesis has more shifted to more of a trend, a trendy type a play to a degree. Like sometimes positions evolve over time, and yeah, I mean, I should think about that more. Where I was buying them because they were very cheap on a fundamentals based valuation, and that turned out to be I had great timing on that. But then I wasn't really all that interested, although there were some opportune buys that I should have been paying closer attention. But once it broke above 14, then it keeps going up. And these sometimes are multi-year plays. And so I think you might be already, and then when it broke out above to these new all-time highs, I think that's still intact. And then, but I think you might be seeing it with natural gas players too, for what that's worth to folks. It's been this downtrend for many years. I don't know. We're still seeing, and I think the chart is supporting that, but we'll see. Talking crypto. Okay. When do you trim GME? Yeah, good question, Uber. As everyone knows, everyone's going to be trimming for. Everyone's going to be managing their position for different reasons, right? Sell decisions are made not in a vacuum, right? They're made in the context of the portfolio. I always say too, for some people, like when you're looking at insider buying, like I'm big into insider buying because it shows that they're in some ways bullish on the stock, blah blah blah. But I discount insider selling because you may sell for many reasons. You may sell because the insiders might sell because they need the cash for whatever reason, because they want to go buy a house or whatever like that. You know what I mean? And so they're like, I got to sell some stock to raise some cash. So there's other reasons. There's just a reminder for folks, right? That there's that. But it was specifically talking about this specific position. But the channel's educational, right? So I just want to remind folks that these decisions should also always be made in the context of the portfolio. That goes for both adding to a position, trimming a position, buying a position, selling a position. Just a reminder of folks, they should always be made in that portfolio context. What other opportunities are available to you? Are there more attractive opportunities out there? Does it make sense to raise a little bit of cash because you're overextended, blah, blah, blah. I just wanted to, in this discussion here, I just think that's a good time to remind people of that aspect. So in that reason, with that in mind, there's many reasons you might trim a large position like that. From a valuation type standpoint, I still believe it's undervalued in that I personally don't have precise sell targets. I don't know if other people do. I have general ballpark valuation ranges that I've shared before, and it may be that what I often recommend to folks, not advice for everyone, right? But like what I generally recommend is you average into a position over time and you average out of the position over time. That way you can maintain your sanity. Good luck trying to time the bottom and nail it perfectly. That's a cliche, right? It's so difficult to do. Same thing on the upside. Do your best to assign an approximate fair value to the stock. And then as you're getting closer to it, maybe you start trimming, start taking it off. And instead of just trimming based on what the price is doing, you may trim over time, right? As time passes, you know what I mean? As maybe once a week or once every couple of weeks or once every couple of months, blah, blah, blah. But really, this is the thing, is it comes down to fair value. So you need to do your best to assign what you think. This is the edge that the value investor has, is if you know ballpark roughly what fair value is, then you can kind of lean on that as to when you might, the area that you might start trimming. But I will concede, what's difficult with GameStop is because I talk about like the legacy business, but I also, but also this new evolved business, what that looks like. The problem is like this new business the upside for these two, not these two columns, everything's starting to overlap at this point. But the upside for a reinvented business model is so high that the variability of a weighted average probability model is, you know what I mean? Like, it's, you might be trimming over a longer period of time than you would otherwise, just because you need more information to make an informed trim decision. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. And so I don't really deal in precise sell targets, because my mind changes as the information. So as I collect more information, I think I said this in did I say this in one of my GameStop videos? It may be that as I collect more information from the quarterly earnings and partnership, blah, 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 that my fair value of GameStop business might be significantly higher 12 months down the line. Maybe it's lower, but I always need to reserve the right to reassess that over time, right? So in the meantime, you do your best to say what I think fair value is today based on the facts, based on what I know, based on what I'm willing to underwrite. Do I still have that open? Did I close it? Damn. Based on what I'm willing to underwrite, blah, blah, blah. And then I just recommend you just average out over time around that range. But here's the thing too to remind, is that stocks many times, especially when they overshoot to the downside, they overshoot to the upside. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's necessarily going to happen in this case, but with a stock with the characteristics like GameStop, it has those types of attributes that I think it could overshoot it to the upside, right? I'm not saying it's definitely gonna, but even if you have that fair value and you might be trimming around within that range, it could make sense to just see, okay, if the facts change and you think that it could overshoot to the upside, maybe it makes sense that you trim a little bit later than you normally would. That's what I mean, that maybe it takes a little bit longer period of time that you'd be trimming, right? That's one thing that I've been thinking about too, then if there's again, the fundamental thesis is the crux of this thesis, right? If you get the whole short squeeze stuff, then it's the blind leading the blind out here, right? Who knows? Who knows how high it could go or what even happens, how you manage that position. That's why I've been kind of quipping that this position over the past couple of weeks has been fairly easy. I mean, maybe I'm going to look like an idiot, but it's been easy to manage the position because it's screaming, in my opinion, what to do, how to manage the position. Then when you start getting like crazy ups and stuff like that, it's a little bit more difficult as to what you should do, because you're like, damn, should I trim? Is this just a squeeze? Is this real value? And that's a little bit more difficult. But like how it's unfolding, it's like, all right, this is kind of okay. We just chill, have a beer, talk about it, and we kind of can reassess, blah, blah, blah. But that's the thing. I worry that some people, Uber's just asked just a very basic question when you trim and stuff. But when I see some people talking about this stuff out there, I think people are focusing too much on, first of all, price. This is a good reminder for folks. So right now the price is at $14, but that market cap is 900 million, right? Sorry, what I wanted to do, 900 million divided by. Do you remember they bought back a shit ton of shares, okay? They bought back a shit ton of shares. The market cap right now is 900 million. The last time it was at 900 million was right around here, where they had 102 million shares outstanding. So as far as this turnaround is going, we're right here. I got to back out further. Let me back out further. When I see people talking about this, I still think people aren't appreciating this. We're right here in the market cap world. They bought back so many shares. They bought back so many shares. Where I'm calculating at 910 million divided by 102 million shares. I get to $9. We're like right here. Am I doing this math right? Can anyone call me out if I'm being a dummy here with my calculator? So as far as this turnaround goes, I'm not saying that the historical price is an indication of where we're going, but just a reminder for folks because it's the market cap number. So that was going to be my first point, is that people think about that price target. Where are we headed? I think about it, first order, think about it from the market cap perspective. From the market cap perspective, we're only at 900 million with 800 million in cash in the books. And then I think free cash flow could be a huge chunk of that. Huge chunk over the next 12 months could be quite a large percentage of the prevailing market cap right now. So that's kind of weighing on my thinking too. But so where the hell was I going with this? So anyway, that's the first thing. Don't just figure the individual price target, but also the market cap. And then beyond the market cap, it's like reassessing as you go, collecting more information, getting the feel. Like sometimes this stuff is like you're kind of there's a lot of stuff. The short interest right now, a lot of people are talking about, but also what does management disclose to us? That type of stuff, and the chart. If the chart continues to look bullish, as many value investors have probably suffered, myself included, as when the chart starts taking off, right, and then it reaches your fair value, some value investors will be like, all right, it's reached my fair value, sell out, right? And that I would say, generally speaking, a mistake. That's why I just recommend it averaging out, because many times these stocks can keep on running. And it's because sentiment was so overdone, it overshot so much to the downside that it can make up for it to the upside. And so for me personally, what I'll lean on more is the chart. That's why I say the chart is kind of helping me along right now, for better or worse. Maybe this is a mistake. I keep saying that. This is a test. But right now the chart is kind of like holding my hand a bit, being like, this is still bullish. This is still bullish. If it changes, if the price action changes, we can change our mind. It's no problem. But we just got to see. We got to collect more information. But this is the thing. So this, when it comes time to when the stock price might be reaching when the stock might be reaching a fair market cap value, you know what I mean? I'll still take a peek at the chart, be like, oh, this chart is still bullish regardless of where we're at relative to fair value. So it might make sense to still hold a little bit longer. Not a recommendation, right? Again, everyone's got to be managing this position for what's suitable for them. And but those are the types of things that are going through my mind. Just so you know, I'm looking at all these different things. And what else? That's why, I know. That's why I think doesn't value investing feel a little bit like a cheat code at times? A little bit like a cheat code. Maybe I'm biased because I'm a value investor, right? All right, let me catch up. Oh, I got a little bit behind here. Talking blockchain. Talking EV. Okay. Agree that incremental info has to lead to an adjusted fair value. Not just adjusted fair value, as hopefully I clarified, Uber. Adjusted assessment of the setup. But fair value most importantly, just to be clear. All the incremental info we've been getting this past month or two has been pushing us in that direction. Pushing that in what direction? Agree that incremental information has led to an adjusted fair value. All the incremental info we've been getting this past month or two is pushing us in which direction? Up? Bullish? Is that what you mean? My most conservative. Okay, so Uber sharing most conservative fair value. So we're starts with so Uber saying this most. Yeah, that's the thing. And so Uber saying this is most conservative fair value. I know you talking about price. You talking about stock price. Okay. Most conservative value starts with a 3. Yeah, that's the thing. And so what's the market cap right now? Closer. And then I know. So I've been saying how my fair value of even the legacy business itself, because they're starting to blend. They're starting to bleed over one another. These pillars. Starting to blend together for me. But I as I've been getting more information, and I think this is what Uber's getting at, even my fair valuation of the legacy business has been rising because of what incremental information I've gotten over the past 6 months. And then if they can, we haven't even got that much news in this partnership front. If we get quite a bit more, then that's what I mean. It could be way. That's what I've already said this. I was talking earlier about how $100 is not is maybe not necessarily likely at this point in time, but it's completely possible. And so that's the thing. We may be at the point where this could be the type of play that it's worth significantly more than anyone would say is a very reasonable fair value at this point. You just don't know. You need more information. But so far, I agree with I assume this is what Uber's getting at. The incremental information we've gotten so far is just like, geez, this is setting up that they are really trying, and they may actually pull this off, and that fair value could be on the upper level of the ranges that we may have thought previously, which is good, right? Sometimes it goes the other way. Sometimes the extra information you get, you're like, oh shit, looks like we're going to be on the lower side of what my range was. You know what I mean? But I'm the opposite. I'm like, oh, not only is it on the upper side of my range, I think the upper side of my range for certain elements of the business might be too low, because I couldn't fully appreciate certain aspects of how much a brick and mortar retailer could thrive with a better omnichannel experience. You know what I mean? I think I underestimated how much you could kick ass with that front. Like I said too, and I posted that tweet talking about, Best Buy, 30 billion market cap. GameStop isn't even 1 billion. And then if they have those high margin revenue streams, especially if they're growing in an advertising model, I'm like, damn, there could be more upside. Which this is what makes it complicated to try to value this stuff. It's also why there's opportunity here, because some people see, they go, it's too difficult to blah blah blah, and they just won't even try. And now I'm rambling. 250, okay. Plays an EV or. Oh, I missed that you said that, Hugo. Barrick Gold announced a long time ago that it's been improving the copper mining because they said the copper demand. Oh, okay. Talk about Barrick Gold. Okay. Okay. Wait, I don't even know. What is this ticker? Oh, we're talking EV stuff. Okay. It's going to be like, what the hell? Batteries and tech. Yeah, Hugo's been talking about some of those. Also funny that GME isn't overbought on the daily chart despite the highest close in years. I know, right, Bullish? It's right there, right? Oh, yeah, just under, right? Uber, yeah. 69.61. Oh, yeah, look at that. Remember I was saying I was taking a peek at this, huh? Marginal analysis. Doo-doo-doo. We're right there, huh? Oh, yeah, I extended it all the way back here, too. That's the thing. One new where the setup is just one news release. It's almost like the market's kind of pricing it in. You know what I mean? Starting to. Jen, I'm happy to report. Jen, I'm happy to report. I am not all that far behind today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome, Jen. Happy Wednesday. Even from all the customers. Oh, Dusty's back. Dusty back. Cheers. Welcome. Welcome. Just noting that tons of like one. Yeah, okay. So people sharing their thoughts. Yeah, in that second GameStop video that I uploaded, I had said that I felt that legacy business, that range that I was just the legacy business, forget the transformation and all that stuff, but I was like 500 to 1.5 billion. And now I'm like, this is what I've been raising. I've been raising my range of that. I'm like, you know what? I think it's and I felt that those, I try to err on the side of conservatism, right? That's pretty common in value investing circles, right? That you always want to be too conservative and be surprised by the upside. So I picked my numbers very carefully for that video. Also that I felt very confident that it wasn't worth less than 200. What did I say? 250 or whatever the damn market cap was at that time. It was like 260. I'm like, it is very unlikely that I would permanently lose capital. It could always sell off. The market sells off. Blah blah blah. But I always felt that the free cash flows would support that downside. So I said 1.5. But I actually think that now that I've gotten more information, I'm like, damn, I actually think that's on the lower side just for that. And then and this was before Ryan Cohen got involved too. I'm like, wow, if they really dominate this omnichannel experience, it could be a bit more. Like, and so I said, yeah, what do? You just you average it in and average it out. Yep, what up, Cody? Yeah, not much happening. Not much happening today. Not yet. Volume has been. Volume's horrible? See, I don't interpret that as horrible, Cody. Low volume is low volume, that's all. I don't assign a negative or positive thing to it. You can have you know what I mean? Like, it's neutral. You could have a ton of volume, but the stock's down, right? So, and that's the thing, is that if again, we have the fundamental thesis, but just talking about that whole short squeeze stuff is that if this is the more reasonable actual volume, like this volume might be artificially inflated because of that heavy short interest, right? And so they're just trading back and forth, and There's there's less extra shares out there because of the shorts and so forth, blah blah blah. And there's market makers out there, blah blah blah. I mean, that's at any stock, but even more so, they may be more actively trading this because of what's unfolding here. But if this is more reflective of the actual volume, I'm inclined to think that if anything did kick off where people needed to get their shares in a rush, that the short ratio might be quite a bit higher than people are appreciating. What is it right now? What's the short ratio? 5 days. So that's the short interest divided by the average volume. I don't know how they're calculating here, but that's what I'm getting at. I think the short interest might be higher than that. And so I kind of view this for what this is worth, Cody. When I saw this low volume too, I thought, wow, if there's ever a case where the shorts need to close, not that they will, they might not need to or want to for quite a while. But if they did, for whatever reason, and if people did call their shares and they were holding them tightly, maybe they won't be. I have no idea. But if they did, then it's like there might be inadequate volume to do that. So, and that's why I've been kind of eyeballing these low volume days. It's like, wow, this is interesting, because I keep on thinking it'd be higher volume at a more steady state. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm kind of surprised. Like, if this keeps on going down, if we don't get any news or anything like that, and then we're at 4 and 3, I'm gonna be like, wow. Because again, short interest rose a little bit. I keep on thinking that the volume's gonna remain high. I keep on being impressed. Musical Felony, welcome. Cheers. Super Saucy, welcome back. Calm before the storm. Yeah. Could be. We'll see in time, you know? And when I think about this, I think of how little has really... Oh, that's not true, because even I have felt, like I said, I keep on saying how little has changed, but some has changed, because even I myself, and I'm pretty dialed in, have changed my thoughts a bit. But the thesis remains largely into... Oh, yeah, what was it? Oh, not overbought on the daily, that's right. But overbought on the weekly. And then the monthly, we close in it? Does it update mid-month? I forget. Maybe not. I don't remember. Looks good. Hey, Ryan's back. Hey, Ryan. We talked about you earlier again. That cup and handle. How's that cup and handle looking? Look at this. How about that, huh? Looking good. All right, close out some of this. Already watched that. What's New Gold doing? It gapped up a little bit today. Yeah, what happens if it opens up at 100? That'd be nice, huh? Oh, if it opens up at 100, you know what happened? Beep, boop, 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 beep, boop. Definitely. Right? You'd have to think. Say Monday? Yeah. Not really. Positioning hasn't much changed with the lower volume. Yeah. When we got Microsoft 2 weeks. What is it? Mid-October? What are we? 4 weeks away? Less than that now. 3 weeks. That is more like a ladle. Oh, ladle. Is that the word I was trying to think of earlier? I like that. Is that more bullish, Ryan? Maybe? Oh, shit. 14:30, but after hours has me curious. Yeah, not much volume after hours. 14:30, huh? How come 14:30? Now we're getting into what is 14:30 if I go even like shorter term? You're looking at oh, you said 1 hour. Weren't you looking at 1 hour? Oh, 14:30. Oh, so is that a new high? All right, I'm trying to see what Ryan's seeing. What if Congress is the big short? Yeah, right. Saving news for critical moments. Yeah, if they're trying to time these things, huh? Who knows? All right, let me exit some of these. Oh, man, I wish these weren't broken right now. It's a bummer. Yeah, kind of quiet overall. Oh, is Solar giving back? Oh, what happened here? What happened? So, oh, you guys were talking about Solar earlier too, huh? Missed it. Something election related stuff. I saw some of the estimates for the election, the U.S. election. It looked like Trump was a heavy underdog, which kind of surprised me. Because not politics aside, incumbent wise, usually you don't see incumbent as much of an underdog as I was seeing. But I think about this as it pertains to the solar stocks too, because weren't people saying how this is kind of pricing in a Biden victory? Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't follow that short long split stuff too much. All right, so it's kind of a quiet day overall, huh? Stuff was up a little bit, but then not really. The U.S. dollar was the big news, and I assume that's just election-related stuff. Oh, home builders are down. Okay, how are they doing? They've been crushing it. It's time to look. Okay. I've been trimming these all the way up. It's starting to look interesting. Bitcoin. Oh, there you go. Oh, was Riot up? Yep. Okay. Oh, what's Toll doing? Value fund. Looking good. Oh, that's monthly? What about weekly? Okay, kind of flatten it out. There you go. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Solar does well under Biden, Kramer said. Yeah, I think people were talking about that in the chat, right? For, regulatory targets and trades. Okay. And then what the hell happened in the actual portfolio? Let's see. Yeah, I thought it was mostly quiet. I think some of those natural gas, I remember seeing those were up this morning, but they kind of came back down. Damn, OLN really took off. Oh, I remember talking about this on the street. Oh, it's coming back down. We talked about it right here. Oh, man. It's in the portfolio and everything, but... Oh, yeah. So, I mean, it's a top 20 position, but still, I remember thinking, oh, we'll add more. Oh, what's PBF doing? Ooh, getting down there. Ooh. There has been buying on the dip. There was, right. Quite a bit in September too. Forget the 7 though. I want to see these 5s. 200 from new people too. Wish they'd buy some more. It's looking interesting. Anyone talking about this? That's kind of what I've been watching, you know? Refiner angle. 4% today. I gotta dig in deep. Gotta do some credit analysis, huh? The bonds? That's the thing. The bonds for these have always traded like not bad. Oh, I always do that. This one's kind of weird. You got to do that. $65 on 2028s. That's not that bad. It's actually good for my stuff. Oh, geez. Even GameStop was at 70 1 year out, which was pretty crazy. Oh, yeah. So Mitt says, we have Bed Bath & Beyond, Dillard's, and GME. I've been hearing people call this the month of brick and mortar squeeze. So heads up. So, yo, Mitt, check this out. I guess that didn't work. Let me do, what I do, likes? Check this out. This is a basket of the most shorted stocks at a record. So I think because these are all heavily shorted stocks, so if it's maybe brick and mortar, I mean, it would make sense that brick and mortar would be a good chunk of this, but they're at a Goldman Sachs, some basket that they're tracking. Record, well, not record, well, 1 year highs anyway. But that's what I've been seeing too. So I retweeted that or something. I just tossed that out there. I'm like, oh, that's kind of at least it's part of the reason, right? This is the fundamental thesis here, but still something I take note of. I'm like, wow, they really are crushing it. And then what is Bed Bath? Now you got me just thinking about that. Was it following through? A little bit. Quite the pop though, huh? Followed through with that. Wow. What was the other one? Oh yeah, Dillard's. Dillard's not a crazy amount though. Like that's the thing. Like a lot of people talk about Dillard's and stuff. It hasn't even doubled yet. I did see Berkshire Hathaway got involved and stuff, but it hasn't even doubled yet. Is it not in the portfolio, by the way? The ranking. I actually don't want. I don't know why it's not. The only reason I could think of is that it wasn't cheap enough. It's the only thing I could think of. Okay. Her bonds had a high short. T minus 20 in 22 days. Yeah, 20 in 22 days. Getting down. I know I tossed 25 in there in that weekend thing. NTZ. Oh no. Oh no. Wow. That's incredible. Hugo, how many times do I have to say missed opportunity, huh? Look at it. Almost every day, I think I pointed that. Look at that overbought. Can you imagine getting to almost 100? Look at that, Hugo. How often do you see overbought above 95? That's almost at 100. It's at 98. Was. Oh, damn. Hugo. This is the worst one yet. This is the worst one you've shared yet. When did you mention it? You mentioned it like it's another missed opportunity. You know what I mean? Hugo mentioned this a couple of weeks back. I don't even have a good excuse. Well, it's only whatever. I was tracking this back in the day. It's an Italian firm, home furnishings, and it was trading. I was in it back here. You know what I mean? And then was I in it back there? I forget. I think so. Then maybe I got stopped out or something. Oh, you already sold NTZ. Okay. Just curious. That was one I was following. You know what I mean? And then I was like, oh, I don't know if they can turn around. And this looks kind of squeezy, to be honest. Is that really driven by fundamentals? Everyone keeps talking about DDS. Oh, people were talking about it. Yep. That would be the mother of all short squeezes? Really? Before GME, huh? Interesting. Yeah. Uber says, I feel like so many people were burnt buying GME in the past that they won't re-enter until there's a compelling reason. That's the thing. I think a lot of value investors, I agree with Uber. And I think this has impacted their analysis of the company in a negative way. I think that they didn't want to dig deeper. They're just tired of it. They're like, people kind of threw in the towel. I strongly agree with Uber. This was also why I felt that that it led to the opportunity. And why I thought the opportunity might be bigger than people were pricing in, because I thought even that's not it. What am I doing? Like they were right for just so long, and value investors were wrong. That's the thing. So GameStop is a good example. Talk about technical analysis, right? Technical analysis would have kept you out of trouble. GameStop. I never even thought it looked that cheap. I mean, I was in it in 2012. But I never even thought it looked that cheap. I've never dealt in it once. I didn't even look at GameStop because I had a feeling what fair value was back in the day. We never even came close to trading all that cheap to it. I know Uber said he was stealing it, but for my style, I'm looking for big upside. And I think that's it. I think that may have been a difference for some folks where maybe they may have been going for a double or something. And that's not my style, and that keeps me out of trouble at times. But I kept on looking at the charts, and I was like, there wasn't much there. This is a good. Like I was talking about, everything's a test, right? So same thing for technical analysis, because it was hard for me to implement at first because I'm like, so everything is still a test. Everything's still not very high conviction when I'm using it. But GameStop is a great example of it was a little bit helpful. But yeah, I don't know. Where was I just going with that? Oh, so anyway, but the people who were right about on the short side of things were right for so long. In any potential bulls, including value investors, because it's always been a little bit of a value type stock who were getting involved. They got burned by it. And then it just got so overdone, and everyone was kind of viewed this way for such a long time. And I'm like, holy shit. Like a little bit of a mass delusion at point. I'm like, what's happening here? We'll see if it totally plays out. But that's kind of been going on in my head. Yeah. Oh, so Uber says 2015 to 2019. So it even goes back one more year. Oh, so from all the way from, wow, it was at $46 in 2015. You know what I mean? What the hell? People were ascribing just too high of a multiple to it. You know, it's funny. It's funny how how low people, like the secular. I think most people agree with the secular risks. I mean, we're closer to it. I guess that's it. Like you actually see it happening. But the secular risks were kind of the whole Blockbuster angle. Blockbuster had already gone bye-bye in 2015. You know what I mean? Like, and it has been the same thesis that whole time. And it's almost like maybe people actually needed to see the numbers. Wow, that was really high. I remember thinking 2013, it got right back up there. Wow, almost $50. There was a lot of stuff that was kind of flying in 2015. I kind of remember that. Weight Watchers was a big one. Okay. Didn't do well last quarter, but they were shorted. Oh, okay. So thanks, Hugo. I didn't even realize how short it was. This only says 0.11%. Is that right? I think these numbers might be wrong. I remember trying to calculate some of the figures back in the day, Hugo, and I'm like, these numbers look wrong. I think the whole Italian company and stuff. Uber. Okay, Uber agrees. Yep. Even some of the recent bear takes. You know what I mean? Like some people have published their bearish takes, and I think they had even said that. Like they had said what you just said and like admitted to it. Like, and then I remember thinking maybe that's weighing on their thinking. But even recently, but even not just the past. Okay, so Super Saucy agrees too. Complacency. Mall REITs, yeah, no strong opinion. Mall REITs, yeah, that's a little bit of a different. I saw SPG. Simon was buying heavily back in the day, a couple months back. Yeah, complacency. Yep. The charts reflect this perfectly based on console cycles. Yeah. What do you say? You need to. It's a highly cyclical stock. Yeah, you need to right at the right time. That's the same thing with a lot of value stocks, right? That like energy, materials plays, that they tend to be, generally speaking, most of the time, not that great investments. But they're tremendous opportunities when you buy at the right time. You know what I mean? Like that, like well-timed aggression, and then just layer on some patience and stuff, and then they tend to work out. But the GameStop one, yeah, that's we'll have to see. Like this, I mean, if this works out, if GameStop works out and it goes up way more, forget the. What do you say? By the way, when I said cups on cups earlier regarding the hourly, the hourly chart. Okay. Sorry, what was I just gonna say? Oh, if this works out in a big way, what I was just gonna say is like this is gonna be a little bit of a case of I'm just a crazy. I don't know. I keep on saying that just it's the psychology around the position itself is what has been most fascinating to me. But we'll only really know in hindsight if it's a tremendous opportunity. Only if it's a tremendous if it evolves into a tremendous opportunity where it goes up significantly higher. And by significantly higher, I mean even if it like. I mean, I suppose at this point, even if it doubles from here, it's $5-bagger. But even more than that, I mean, if we're breaking like 30, 40, $50, then it's like, what the heck did people, you know what I mean? Then it's like the psychology around GameStop for these like 18 months is going to be something else. But if it doesn't go up crazy amount, then it's like, all right, it was just a deep value stock that maybe worked out, blah, blah, blah. But that's the thing is that I kind of lean toward it. I don't know. I lean bullish. Okay, Hugo. Signed an agreement. Okay, BYDDF. Okay, the hour chart. That's right, the hour chart. Oh, that's way too low. Let me do this. There you go. But you even saw it a little bit I had it in the 15, but the hour is even a little bit more, right? So, yeah. There's 3 bullish patterns. Oh, so Ryan's in 3 bullish patterns. Well, number 1, cup and handle. Boom, boom. Ascending triangle on daily and bull flag. Cup and handle, ascending triangle on daily. Are those the 3? Yeah, those are the 3. Ascending triangle on the daily. Oh, let me go a little bit shorter. Right here. This triangle right here. Hey, education, right? Myself included. I'm not looking at these too closely. I'm looking at them a little bit. Some people screen for this type. There's your triangle. Boom, boom, boom. You can even go bigger, Ryan, right? You can even do a bigger one. Hell, you can do a huge one. Okay, what's the third one? Bull flag on the handle. Let's go back to that intraday. What are you using for that last one? Or what are you using for any of them, right? What's that? Oh, just that little one? What do you consider in the handle? I guess like this right here? I don't know. I start drawing lines all over the place. Oh, Jen. Oh. Did y'all both just say 60 at the same time? I mean, I don't know. You might be said it a while. 60 on release day? Ooh, spicy. When's the last time we had 60? What's that market cap? 4 billion? That could be a little bit squeezy, huh? Low volume on handle, which is what we want. Oh, you want the low volume. There you go. Ryan teaching us some technical analysis, some of this intraday type stuff, right? Not a major part of my personal thesis, but this is the thing. I don't know how, Ryan, I don't know how big of this thesis is for you, but this is what I've been trying to talk about, is that other folks might be starting to pick up on this for different reasons. And Ryan, I swear you're the first person, I'm curious about what your expertise is or what you're focused on. Like, I think I'm surprised there's not more technical analysts out there. I don't know if you're a technical analyst, but I'm sure not more people are talking about this setup in the way that you are. Because I'm like, yeah, this stuff looks super bullish. And on the stream mostly, and this is, I think a lot of us are more fundamentals focused value investors kind of talking about that thesis. But like this stuff should be hitting people's radar. And I'm kind of surprised it hasn't hit more people's radar so far. Remember, I showed someone was talking about all these different scoring systems that they had. They mentioned it in August, late August or early September, I forget. In that GameStop was checking off every single one. And he's like, but he didn't get involved. He's like, something to watch. And then it worked out. It was like GameStop was like, so it's hitting some people's radars. But I think to what we just discussing, like a lot of people are just so burned. Or they're just so tired of the thesis. Or even some folks might be even just saying, meme stock and move on. I'm like, holy shit. That whole delusion is too strong of a word. But the inaccurate takes, you know what I mean? It's persisting even right now, even though it's an uptrend. It's kind of interesting. Is there anything about the store layouts? Sorry, I'm going to keep going with Ryan's. We're likely at an inflection point. Either we break 15 tomorrow likely or go down to the 13s. Okay, interesting. I mean, it is setting up to do something, I would agree. And how it would be so it would just be it would be laughably timing if there was like PR tomorrow, you know what I mean? Like it's clearly setting up for like something to come like any day. So I don't know about that, Ryan. You think it could pull back it could pull back to 13? So he's just saying that's the thing. It could pull back to 13 just on technicals alone. That has nothing to do. It has very little to do with that fundamental thesis, but it's how the market sometimes works. And 13s are just right here, by the way. we're just. Oh, you said 13. Sorry, I was thinking lower than that. I'm sorry. I was thinking 11s when you said 13. I'm looking at these charts so much. 13s. Yeah, it's only 12 cents lower. Interesting. The low volume on the handle is what you want. You got that then, huh? Interesting. Like, I read about this stuff, but I didn't end up using it. You know what I mean? So it kind of just falls off. So always just curious. That marginal trend, about that's how people think about it. But where else are we going? Someone else just said something. That breakdown in. Oh, the revamp stores. Yeah, there's some good links out there. Yeah, so there we go. Uber saying we're definitely drawing in incremental buyers / traders looking at the memo or Momo, the technicals. I assume you mean Momo. Also, the different strategies. Yes. Uber saying the same thing. You know what I mean? It's people. I agree, Uber, which is bullish, right? All else equal, you have your thesis, but it's nice when you have all these other these other aspects working in your favor. Doesn't mean it couldn't change tomorrow, right? As I know Uber would agree. We'll change our mind tomorrow. But we reserve. But as right now, we just report. This is what it says. This is what it's saying. This is bullish. This is bullish. And it kind of seems like people are starting to buy into it. But that's the thing. If the chart turns, and then those people won't be buying into it. But even then, then the time passes, and if it's still holding up pretty well, then blah 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 blah. But damn, that looks good. Hey, Gats. Welcome back, Gats. Welcome back. Cheers, cheers, cheers. So Hugo's saying it's funny since those stuff don't work, but the traders make it work. So Hugo, I know it's funny. So value investors like a kind of poo-poo technical analysis, right? But that's the thing. Like other people look at this stuff too, and sometimes I would say that it's definitely has helped me at times. As Barry has said, I think it was Barry who said it. It helps him stay out of trouble. That's definitely the case for me too. But other people look at that stuff. That's why I don't try to. If other people we're all in the same market. And that's the thing. Different buyers and sellers are acting on different reasons. They have different motivations, different intentions, different goals. And so you have people. But that's why I'm curious what's going through other people's mind who I may be trading with. Or, you know what I mean? Who might be selling to me. And so I'm kind of curious about how they think. And they do, in my experience, they think about this stuff. So I tried to pick it up. So as Ryan says, let me just keep going. Daniel, I fell asleep watching an hour ago. Tired, not bored. Woke up and it's still going. Love these cheers, Daniel. Daniel, I wish I could say you're the first person, but I think there's other people here who tuned out. They pass out. They wake back up and they're like, oh shit, here we go, still going. Oh damn, that's great. Thanks, Daniel. So Ryan says patterns are not guarantees, just probability, and that's what for talking about this channel being educational. That's how it is for every style. That's what's important for everyone. This is the thing. I said this in one of my videos. I was talking up technical analysis, how it doesn't work always, but technical analysts know that. But that's how it should be for all styles. Just like not every value stock works out. Value investors know this. Everything is just probabilities. In the way, I mean, you can look at back tests and stuff to try to develop your probability set in your mind, but the best way to go about it is just experience. That's why the earlier the better that even if you're not actually dealing in actual cash-based trades, but even paper trades or whatever it may be, the more you're tracking and following stocks and how they trade over the longer time period, the more you get a feel for what works and what doesn't work. That shit just takes time. There's no shortcut to developing that experience, right? And then you start to get an internal mental model for that probability as to what's going to work and what's not. And so the same thing goes for the charts, as Ryan's saying. You think Ryan's not going to say this is definitely bullish, it's definitely going to pop, blah, blah, blah. He'd just say, hey, my experience, it does this, does that. And that's it. And if it doesn't work out that way, it goes, yeah, all right, well, it didn't work out this time. And some people, I think, I don't know. All right, I'll get off my technical analyst, take off my technical analyst hat there, or headband, rather. Yeah, talking sentiment. Yep. Just seeing people talking about it and stuff. Oh, strategics. Oh, not strategies. Okay. Yeah, strategics. Sorry, I read it too quick, Goober. Plus this, huh? Come on. I think... Senvest, Ryan Cohen. Yeah, that's a good point. Strategics. Yeah. Senvest, Ryan Cohen. That's it, though, right? Any others? I mean, just general value investors, right? I mean, that's trying to think of new ones. Oh. Is that to me? Hold on. Oh, I got it. I got it, Uber. Did you see my post? I hadn't seen this. Together with the mic. There you go. A new potential layout. I hadn't seen this one. Nice. Thanks for sharing, Uber. I missed it. Clean. Doesn't it look clean? In what type of store is this? Does he specify? About the new store they quietly launched this. Oh, okay, Toronto. Feels like they are trialing different aspects in multiple places. Esports/vintage in Tulsa, design in Canada, together with the Microsoft Tech partnership. This direction. Oh, 6 share. Nice. I love the color scheme and energy, brightness, vibrancy, espoused in this space compared to what the physical experience and testing. I like the work you allude to. Nice. Oh, nice share. I hadn't seen that. Good call, Uber. Hey, that looks nice, huh? Just one store. This is the thing. They're testing different approaches, right? And I think I said this, in, like, it's important not to box yourself in. And I think a lot of people are like, well, what exactly are you going to be doing? But if you're management, it's all, someone just said this too. It's all, I mean, I think we talk about probabilities, right? It's all probabilities. You just don't just run with one store model and just run with it. You got to test out a whole bunch of different types, see what people like the best. Maybe you end up running with a couple of them in different areas and stuff. And so that's how you got to go about it. Just toss it out there, see what sticks, see what people like, and then roll with it. But you got a little bit of time. But this is the thing. They needed to have these types of store setups ready to run for the new consoles and then see. But this is the thing. And then people will come into the stores and they may have a great experience. And they're not all going to be super renovated, right? Not like that. But you can at least maybe get a better feel for what people like. Like I said, re-engage with the different customers out there, right? Yeah, probability and outcome. I just say that you can't predict what will happen tomorrow, but if many traders think it will go up, it'll go up because the traders buy it. That's right. Yeah, that short term. I mean, especially the short term stuff. It's really really tough. I know some folks do it. I don't know how they do it, but that's why that longer term stuff, right? You go longer term stuff's a bit easier, just because that value wins out. More of the float swallowed up. Yeah. And remember, as we talked about, though, a couple streams ago, for the float to be swallowed up, though, if they're still lending out their shares, it's conceivable that a 5% shareholder could even increase the float. You know what I mean? It's tough to know exactly, but in my mind, it's a risk that it does eat up the float down the line. Yeah, self-fulfilling prophecy. Right. Partnership news is good, but XYZ has taken up another 10% of the float. That would be fantastic. Nah, Super Sussy, I think I disagree. I mean, I lean toward partnership news is better. The only reason you'd think that is more from the squeeze angle, right? Is that what you're thinking? But actually, I'm not so sure. Like I was just saying, though, with that float, if they could be buying this, I think that partnership news, I think trumps it. That's what I think. But if people disagree, if we're trying to guess market reaction, I don't know. That's different. Like let me see what y'all say. Canadian store has a nice look to it. Reggie making it look full Nintendo style. But still, super saucy. Even a value guy or hedge fund could still be loaning out their. It could be loaning out their shares. Why would you say that they're not? That they wouldn't? Who's to say Senvest? What if Senvest bought their shares from folks who weren't loaning out their shares and now is loaning out his shares to generate a little bit extra income? Oh, well, yeah, eliminate. Okay, so hold on. I'll come back to that. Think about how successful stores like Five Below have come. Yeah, that's the thing. The whole brick and mortar stuff. There's plenty of brick and mortar stores out there that are doing well. 0% Bari, Cohen, or Domo is letting their shares back. You're talking squeeze. Okay. Dollar General is launching Pop Shelf from a pure mechanics perspective. These experiential buying experiences matter, both online and store. Yep. then float ownership and triggered a massive squeeze. Yeah, I remember that. What it was called in the shares was also taking it private. No, taking it private wasn't that part of it. Super saucy. Eliminating the float is the best thing you can do. Was that the Thanksgiving squeeze? The big squeeze possible. Yeah, no, super saucy. Yeah, that my point still stands. You're assuming that Sunvest is loaning out the shares, and you have. I don't think. Do you have proof of that? Excuse me, not loaning out the shares. From a risk perspective, yes, I agree. Oh, you are talking from a risk return perspective. That's what you're saying. Expected value of the squeeze is higher. Yeah, but that's usually. I mean, a 10% stake isn't big enough. A 10% stake isn't big enough. You need. I don't think so. Yeah. Well, what about Ryan Cohen? Yeah. Yeah, so Uber's been talking about that some game theory shit. Yeah, but so Sunvest could just be gobbling it up. Would they be a base case? Understand your point from a risk return. Why on earth would you? Yeah, because super saucy. There's only you'd have to assign a probability that you would actually get the squeeze. In your mind, you seem to be assigning a very high rate that if a 10% shareholder calls back their shares or doesn't loan back their shares, that you're going to get a major squeeze. And I probably disagree with probably both the upside and the probability of it, because I'm not sure you do. Good discussion, right? This is a good discussion. I talked about this on when Sunvest took the stake. Like if you're short, if I'm short, I'm more nervous now because that the risk of me not potentially being, but it's only 5%. You know what I mean? It's. And in your case, it's 10%, which still isn't a ton. Yeah. Okay, we're talking game theory. Yep. Cody, hey, Cody, we reviewed that article earlier today. It is a good article. Yeah, we agree. Great way to put it. We've got one of the craziest Nash equilibria situations of all time here. I think expected value of the squeeze is higher than them. Yeah, but what, I have too many questions. I have too many questions. I was kind of running with this from your first statement of the partnership news versus a new 10% shareholder, and now it's kind of this discussion has evolved into what's better, share loaning out your shares to a definite 5x squeeze. You know what I mean? I think this discussion has evolved a little bit. Not saying that's bad. I mean, I like what y'all talk about, right? Yep. So and then that's what so you're saying Ryan adds that Ryan Cohen could set up further cover. He called to shares, which trigger other price levels to cover and so on. Yep. I think this post-mortem gets taught and studied a while in the future. That's why the outcome kind of matters in this case. It depends how it unfolds. You know what I mean? If it does go up quite a bit, then I agree because it's just so weird. It's just so weird. You know what I mean? Like some of the stuff that we've seen and talked about. It's some stuff has seemed kind of obvious too. The most interesting thing to me has been the psychology around GameStop. For me. Someone goes in for another 10%. The shorts don't know if they are lending or not. Right. Basically, the risk the shorts are facing is that close to 60% of the float. So yeah, so Super Saucy, this is what you just said is what I just said. The risk reward from the shorts perspective is what I'm talking about. When Sunvest took the position, for me, if I were short, that risk went up. That doesn't mean that anything's imminent or anything like that, because we don't know what Senvest is going to do. But same thing for a new 10% holder. It's not as if it almost seems like you're working under the assumption that shares are definitely going to be called, or there's definitely going to be called simultaneously, and that there's definitely going to be a subsequent squeeze because of that. And I'm like, there's no reason to say that's definitely going to happen. You know what I mean? And not that you're saying it's definitely going to happen, but if the probability isn't so high, then it's almost like it may just be a marginal increase to the risk. I can't tell. I agree with you that the risk has gone up. If I was, I agree with you, because I'm trying to. Yeah, not the, right. So it all comes down to probabilities again, right? They turned on. Yeah, right. So I agree. So it's a case where the risk is exponential. So I'd agree with you to this point, because but one 5% holder, or even another 10% shareholder, you still need that final something to happen. Do you know what I mean? That the shares are called, or that they have to close, that they have to get those shares back, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not of the opinion that you're definitely, I don't know. Approaching that truth. For each new big buyer, a short risk becomes exponentially more. I thought so. Saucy, I agree with you. I'm on board. When Senvest took their position last week, I was saying the same thing as you. I feel as though that risk is higher, and we were talking about it on the stream. It was a very similar conversation to we're having now, where yes. Oh, you were here, super Saucy. You were here. Perfect. Sorry, I was among a number of people. I just forgot. The same discussion, right? Where I'm on the same board with you that the risk has gone up, but that's not to say that something's going to happen, right? It could just be, the risk has increased, and then nothing happens because the shares aren't called, the shorts don't have to close, they don't want to close, they got plenty of time to get out, and then nothing happens, and it's like, all right, yeah, that's fair. And so it's important not to work, not that you are, Saucy, just generally speaking, it's important not to work under the assumption that these little things are definitely going to cause a squeeze, or squeeze is definitely going to happen. It's almost, like I say, a little bit of a sideshow. Fun to talk about, it's educational, because where the hell do you learn about this stuff, right? Even I don't know enough about it. Like I keep saying, I wish there was a book about it that I could read to try to educate myself on it. And but there's the fundamental thesis here. As that unfolds, according to as many of us think that it can unfold over the next 6 months to 12 months, like the price will take care of itself. And the squeeze, analyzing the squeeze type stuff, if it's just really messy. Shorts are concentrated, right? Yeah. Otherwise, we would have seen more movement up. Someone said that too. That it's right. It might be easier to get out of the position if it's a concentrated position. You know what I mean? If the beep boop boops are just among a couple of beep boop boops, then it might be easier to get out as opposed to just a bunch, like you're saying. Okay, interesting, Uber. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? You we're curious for curiosity's sake, right? I'm not sure how much it impacts our thesis, right? Yeah. So a concentrated means among just one or a couple versus what's the opposite? You can say like diversified or something, or distributed or whatever. Minus the puts in the 13F. What's interesting about was it Melvin? They are invested in Chewy. Is it Melvin? Yeah, you can look it up. I had seen that. Invested in Chewy. It's kind of interesting, right? Best TA around because there's the beep boop boop sound effect. Yeah, you know what I mean? Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I mean, now it's like it doesn't have much of an impact. It's just I was looking at this too, just seeing the positions and stuff. The big, there's a put right there, 600K. Oh, excuse me, 3.4. And it's look at this, such a small percentage of the report portfolio. You know what I mean? This is just the puts. This isn't the short interest and stuff, but that's just one, couple of puts right there. Look and just see how small. Again, these are just the puts, but it's such a small percentage of the big portfolio you have, of a gigantic portfolio. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see. What day is today? Wednesday the 21st. What did we say? 21 days? 22 days? I mean, that's what I was thinking. Like I've been saying, like talk about a new news, right? I kept on thinking that we were going to have more news on these fronts prior to and on that Q2 earnings call, and now I'm thinking, if only for that, I keep on thinking we're going to get more information. You know what I mean? I'm not sold that not that people here are saying that, but I'm not sold that Microsoft One is the only one. And I think as the consoles get closer, it's going to be up. But I don't. That's the type of analysis. How high conviction analysis is that? You just form an opinion on something based on some pretty soft data points. But then I think if you get that, then I think, yeah, I don't know. So that's why I think partnership news is a bit bigger. So I guess that's what I'm going back in my head. I'm going back to that, where it depends on the type of partnership news, I guess. But it's because I don't know, just a 5 or 10% holder. I agree with you on the risk increasing, but I'm not sure it results in a. I don't know anymore. I keep on trying to know, and I'm just like, and then I'll think about it and I'll talk about it here, and then I'll go back. I'm like, what the hell do I know? You know what I mean? I try to form an opinion based on some analysis and shit. Oh no, I didn't see what happened when we got to 15 last week. It speaks to the importance of $15, $16 range, I'll tell you that. So, yeah, I keep on saying that too, Cody, that I feel like I'm missing something here too, because they're not throwing in the towel. Even trimming. We don't know who has the position, or if it's been the same shorts this whole time, but the short interest is rising, and so I keep on thinking maybe there's something here I'm missing. I still think that could be the case. There's something here I'm missing. You know what I mean? Just because I don't know this area of the market all that well. But the second thing is, what did you say? Assuming that they're just not just beep boop boop boops, but like rational human beings trying to think through some of this stuff, it could be that they actually need to see fundamental changes to the business model. They're holding on until they actually see more than just a single partnership, maybe much more partnerships, maybe actually seeing the fundamental performance resulting from it. They need to see it, and then it takes a bit more. And for them to close, forget another 5 or 10% holder, but they need to see more action on that fundamental front, on that turnaround front. That's what I've been thinking. Or I'm just missing shit, which a distinct possibility. People say it's greed and arrogance that keeps people going back for more shorts. Part of me is wondering whether some of the big buys know something we are not seeing in the sheep. Yeah, I those big folks on both sides of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Cody, couldn't I counter and say, what about? I mean, there's big longs on the long side too, right? That's the importance of that's why it's important as a fundamentals thesis here. This isn't, if people are in it just for the short squeeze, I think it's too bad, because there's a legitimate fundamentals thesis here based in free cash flows. And if you see I mean, that's a big part of my thesis, is that downside protection, for what that's worth. Oh, Dusty's back. Dusty's back. Cracked one. Gotta give it a full recap. Looking forward to going back later and catch it up. Sick. Welcome back, Dusty. It's a huge portion of the sharp. Okay. If they are, yeah. Yeah, based on that put. I don't know. Whatever. We get to I guess this is a cheap. It's good to be a fundamentals-based value investor. It's like, I feel like that stuff's easier to analyze, because at least you have the opportunity to gain confidence in that style of analysis. But this other stuff, I don't know. But that's the thing. If you know how it works, how everything works, you have higher conviction in your analysis of that stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, talking like short interest type stuff and squeeze potential or lack thereof. I just don't know. People talk about it now. Right, exactly. A 0% fundamental. This is pure trading mechanics, which I'm not an expert on. Simple as that. But I acknowledge that, like, I know I'm not. And that's why I think if anything does happen, I feel, hey, that's great, because I had a fundamental thesis and maybe it was accelerated because of this. And, oh, shit. Well, what up, Justin? Cheers, huh? Making a late appearance. Oh, over here. Okay. Let's see if I can open it. Oh, I like this. Can I do this? Yes. There we go. Thank you, Justin. Justin, were you here earlier? Did you hear me talking about this? This is sick. They must have a framework from my... Right, Cody, they might have a framework. That's the thing. They might have a framework and we just don't know. They could just get out no problem. I just don't know enough. This is sick. Hold on. It probably makes pretty stringent. They won't from just now. Okay, so first of all, cheers to Justin. This is exactly what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream here. Or not beginning. I forget when I brought it up. Justin says, Justin just made this. The top red line shows where the market cap was when the deal blew up. Oh, perfect. This is terrific. When the takeout, taking GameStop private deal fell apart. That's that red line right there. And that, notice the market cap. The difference between market cap and stock price, that's because of the shares that were repurchased. And that's where we are. Okay, so we're right there. Oh, this is good. Okay, oh, okay. Close last. Wow, okay. So then you get the market cap in here. Okay. Okay, and what I was saying too before, Justin, is that market cap, where we are right now, is only where we were in April. So, okay, I can see that here too. Okay.
So what I mean? So people think about, hey, we're back to where we were in January, right? But I was like, we're only where we were in April. Only where we were in April, right? I mean, we're right there. And then we're right to where the deal was. Oh, nice find. I mean, nice. I mean, he created it. Talk about put it in work. Put it in work. Oh, you can't see? Oh, sorry, Breton. Can I zoom in a little? Shit. Let me see if I can. It was like January 28th or January 29th. Ooh, how was that? How's that? Oh, perfect. Okay. It was like January, I think it was like January 29th because I pulled it up on the chart earlier. Okay. Breton? Okay. Hope that helps. Let me know if not. The data. Okay, Justin, yeah. Yeah, if we get past 17 and that delta starts. Okay, yeah, that's what I keep about. That's 15, $16. Oh, I'm disappearing. Yeah, I want to say it was like January 28th, January 29th. I think GameStop could fall very similar as Best Buy. Look at that. Yep. There you go. Okay, January 28th. It was 1.5. Market cap. Okay. Yeah, and we're not even there. And that's the thing. So isn't that funny, Justin? Right? We're not even there. That's my point. Is that we're just in the early. We're in such early stages here. This is a good chart, Justin, huh? Because it's not that you can't really come across anything like this. So that's the thing. So even the market cap, this seems. So what's this? So closer to like 1.5 billion. Wait a second. Oh, this red line. Oh, okay. Got it. So the red line would be closer to yeah. That 1.5. Okay. So stock price was a little bit higher, I suppose, at that time. Look at the peak, I know, right? Look at this. Almost 7 billion? Was that what it was? Wow, that's high. Cheers, Chris. Huh? Yeah, thank you. Cheers to Justin, right? This is sick, huh? This is just sometimes it's just a new way to look at stuff. I talk about that with Seeking Alpha, but even the data, like stuff you're looking at all the time, like stock price and stuff and market cap, just see it in a different light, kind of. Hey, Justin, should I do some technical analysis on this? I'm just kidding. Okay, stock price is about the same as the deal. Company is valued 33% less. That's right. Right. If I go like this, do I kind of look like a cat? A little bit, close. If I could move the screen around a little bit, you know what I mean? Have to go up 50%, 58%, right? To hit what? Oh, to hit January 20. Right. Yes, because we were roughly 15 times 102. Yes, because 1.5 billion, Justin. So yes, just to hit, yeah, about 50. We were about $15, 16. We were $15. That's what I figured. Times 102, roughly what it was. 1.5 billion. We're at 900 million, roughly 918, whatever the hell it is. Just to get there. That's the thing. That's if there's a turnaround, that it could be if we're at the very early stage of it, you'd think that there could be, just on that front alone, quite a bit more room to run. But we're still in 2019 levels. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I think. I guess people are still doubting those free cash flows. I think he's just observing. And what's 16? 16 times 65 is just 1 billion. We could cruise right through that, Justin. Just I think it's really I might be I don't know about an article, Justin. I think people focus too much on the price point. That share count reduction, that it's a new management team, the share count reduction in that there was the I think we can blast this over Twitter. Oh yeah, maybe it could be. I guess it could be a Twitter thing. Usually I'm reading Justin's stuff on Seeking Alpha. That's why I say that. That's the thing. Like from a market cap perspective, we're still in such early stages. It's like not even. It's kind of silly where we're not out of the woods yet from that perspective. But if they are going to transform themselves and stuff, but then it aligns with kind of like the technical. I know, Justin, the technical analysis type stuff. You know what I mean? Like 15 to 16 is looking increasingly interesting, and it just so happens to coincide. Well, not quite coincide. That's not true. Feel free to put. Okay, thank you, Justin. Cheers. Justin's gonna send over the date. I'll see what I can do. Factor plus stuff. I have I don't want to call it. Yeah. As I think it's like I said, I think it's a point that people are continuing to miss. I know it sounds crazy. I do, because even I'm like, how could this? But some people, I think, might not just be digging in. What's 2? So 2 billion is $30. Wow, that's crazy. 2 billion is $30, right? Am I doing that right? Yeah, I'm doing it right. Because we're almost at 15 right now. We're at 9. Like, I think we could generate a couple of $100 million in free cash flow. And man, I still think people are missing stuff. You know, I don't know. It's like 25K, but there's a chance once it went past it. What do we got in book value? $5. 325. Right now, we expect it to grow significantly. What are y'all talking about? What's this? Back to the put stuff. I have. 25K weekly. Positive once it with Vest there. We're pretty smart for work though. Best Buy trades. No, Cody. I've been bringing up the Best Buy chart all the time. 30 billion market cap, Cody. Right? I'm on board with you. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Talking. All right. Let me move this. Move over there. All right. I'll keep an eye out for that stuff. I wish I could plot market cap on here, but I can't. Damn, I wish they had just some fundamentals. You know what I mean? I wish they had just some fundamentals. I know it's a technical analysis tool, but I'm like, just a little bit? Not much. Nothing. What did we say? Oh, we said 2 billion market cap for 30. It's really only a double. Oh, can you believe 30 is only a double? Oh, that's what's crazy to me. Boy, I didn't think about that today, huh? 30 is a double? It's a double. I was saying how people are thinking maybe it's already doubled, it's already tripled. But even like I say that, but even I think about that too sometimes. You know what I mean? Like I talk about how when it was trading at $4 and I was putting together the GameStop, I put together those 3 GameStop videos on the YouTube channel there, and I remember thinking, damn, like I thought it was worth quite a bit more, right? Obviously, but I remember thinking, damn, even to get to 15, 16 bucks, it needs to go up 4x, and usually 4x is like it's no small order, right? I mean, that's usually a big deal. And I remember thinking, damn, 4x just sounds like a lot. Now, in the stocks I deal in, it's not that crazy. Like, I deal in deep value stocks. Check out the investment style videos where I talk about that. I deal in these, so it's not, like, unusual. But I'm like, damn, 4-bagger just sounds like a lot. And now we're almost here. We did the 4-bagger. And now for it to kind of work out in short order here, then it doubles. And then you got your 7-bagger? But it could turn out in just a couple of months if it were to happen. Current market doesn't care about fundamentals; it's all momentum. Well, cheers to that. That could be good news for that could be good news for the folks involved with GameStop because of their fundamentals thesis. You know what I mean? So to your point, Ryan, is that I don't know if it doesn't care about fundamentals at all. But it's maybe discounting it more than it historically has. And so I see this. I agree with you, Ryan. I mean, I agree with you to an extent that they're overweighting some other variables more than some other ones that I care more about. That's why I'm more willing to look at like the strong uptrends and technicals and Momo type stuff. Not short term. I even mentioned gold and like and some plays like that longer term trend type stuff. And if it pulls back, I get interested in it. But now you'd have to argue, right, Ryan? The charts are on our side. The momentum's on our side. That it's a good setup. Doesn't mean it's going to work out. It's all probabilities, but the probabilities are looking damn good. Even it's crazy to see in the relatively short term, but you never know. It's going to come down to news and stuff. But I keep on thinking there's some outstanding. And usually just news itself isn't... Many companies announce news all the time, and the market doesn't react all that much. But a big part of this is because the sentiment has been so damn negative. It's been so negative that the news is like waking people up to the fact that, oh, wow, oh, shit, that we overdid it. We went overboard here. You know what I mean? And that's why I think this incremental, especially digital-related news and partnerships and advertising-related stuff, that the market assigned a 0. They assigned a 0% probability to it. I don't like to talk in absolutes and stuff like that. I'm just telling you what the market assigned. The market assigned a 0 probability to it. Less than that. I mean, they assigned lower to that. I just think, and so now that the market might be waking up to the fact that not only is it not 0%, but it's quite a bit higher, potentially significantly higher than 0%. Not to say that it's definitely gonna. And I'm like, the market's waking up to it, and then you got all this stuff on your side. I'm like, oh wow, man, 30, just a $2 billion. It's just about a double. Sometimes with value stocks, they'll do nothing. And then they'll get to fair value or in that range very quickly. And I think we could be seeing that here with GameStop. Where was this? Oh damn! I forgot it started to run up. It started to run up in August. Two months. Okay. It's a myth. It's all going to come down to the beep boop beep boop 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 boop. No, I mean not all going to come. I know, Bit's just making a joke, right? But if there's squeezy stuff happening, then that beep boop that definitely plays a role. Yeah, then he starts closing his position, right? Oh shit. The market cap, if we return to the market cap of 2015, let's say roughly, let's say $45. $45. Wait, what was the question? Oh, I kind of forget off the top of my head. Oh, let me just look at that chart. Let me just I think it was about, what was it, 3,500? So 3,500 divided by 65. It'd be $50. Cody asked, what would the share price be if we returned to the market cap of pre-2015? If I just used the 2015 market cap of about 3.5 billion. That's $50, over $50, for what it's worth. Amagus, welcome. Cheers. David Chen, happy Wednesday. From Dr. Zoya. GME allowed to trade it out. Yeah, and David adds too. If it trades at 1 times revenues, it'll be at $60 per share, right? That sounds right. Figure it out. Oh yeah. Thank you, Justin. I've seen some market cap charts like I'm more aligned with, so I can toss in the technical analysis type stuff. But even still, thanks for sharing that. Check out that link that you can plot market cap here. Thanks, Justin. I'll toss it out. Here's just a regular straight up plot, macrotrends.net. And there you go. I can just show what I'm talking about back to April 29th. Oh, let me just do 3 years. Boom. Good chart. Thank you, Justin. Quick way to do it right there. What else did I miss? Hugo, GME to $1,000. Again, I'm happy. Hugo talking about NTZ and all these ones. Happy I'm aligned with Hugo. He's got the magic touch. I'm not even talking, not even that 8-ball touch. He's got some magic touch, apparently. Oh, look at that. David said, look this up for an idea as how much GameStop would get. We did. And Uber said we already did. Cheers to Uber, huh? Someone did 3.5%. Oh, and let's just plot what was. There's your 2015. There's your roughly. Oh, that says 4 billion. Oh, this isn't right. Hey, Justin. They get the wrong share counts. Excuse me, they get the wrong stock prices. Who was it that just did this? They're using the closing. They're using the share price adjusted. This isn't the closing price. These aren't the right market caps. Just heads up to everybody. These are adjusted for back adjusted for dividends and stuff. Yeah, yours was right, Justin. Yours was right. Yeah, yours is accurate. I saw that. Damn, that's a bummer. That would have been a good link. Shoot. Justin, if you come across any other ones, let me know. I know Y Charts has some, but you're going to need theirs, like you can only go back a couple of years or something. That's okay. We at least know back for 2019 there were no dividends paid. We at least know we're right back to where we were right there. See what I mean? This is still a good chart. So let me just bump it up to 2 years. Look at it. We're not even out of the 2-year downtrend. You know what I mean? We're 1.5 right there, huh? Kind of funny. I don't know. Again, it all comes down to fair value, right? Look at these charts, though. That comes down to what is free cash flow going to be. Most importantly, I think over the next 18 months. That's why I feel confident in my downside protection, because I think the market's screwing up in their estimates of what free cash flow will be over that period, but then what they'll be thereafter. And this is just kind of fun discussion, but it's just like just sentiment wise. That's why I bring this up. It's more sentiment wise, you know. And then it's not like we've unwound that whole downtrend. That's my only point. That's the only takeaway from here. Not that this is dictating where we're going to head or anything like that. Just that sentiment-wise, we're not. Oh, here you go. The market cap is still below. The market cap is still below where it was, roughly, when Sherman took over. There you go. Sherman took over, what was it, April? And we didn't even get above that yet. Sherman has been underwater this whole time. He's not even out from under it, I don't think. $24.32. I know, Jen. I think this is right, Justin, because there were no dividends paid, so I think that's right. It's right there. I can't do any lines, can I? Oh, I can't do lines. Bummer, no lines, man. Oh, that's where you think the levy breaks? March 22nd, 2019. Thank you, Justin. Oh, we're not even close. A billion. We were at $1 billion. He's underwater. Meaningless perhaps, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Sentiment-wise, Sherman has been underwater his whole damn tenure. There you go. So Justin has just clarified. Sherman took over March 22nd, 2019. The market cap was just over $1 billion, 1.065, and we're at 910 today. 918. What is it? Boom. You saw my graphic over the weekend. You think Jim Bell, you think he gives a shit, right? You think George Sherman gives a shit? I don't know, maybe. What did I miss here? Where's that levy break? I haven't been following this too closely. Saying 17 to 18. Nominal share price importance of that $17 level due to the buyout level. That was the date of the announcement. That's okay. That's I guess he did come on 415. Even still, we'll count it. We'll count it, Justin. March 22nd is good enough for me. It's close otherwise. 9/11. Oh, so we're just above it. Retract. Just kidding. Even still, I know. I'm just having a laugh. Oh, shit. 17-18, huh? And that happens to coincide, the importance of that $17 level due to the bio peak, right? 17 times. Nominal share price importance of that 17 level. I've been thinking too that just that round $1 billion figure of it happened to coincide. Speaking of round numbers here, the $1 billion mark, round numbers, $16, $15, $16, right? I don't know. But there's be something to that. That was just another reason I was kind of paying attention to that $15. I should have mentioned that earlier. I mentioned it to someone. I don't remember. I'm losing track. But that 15 second just so happens to coincide with the $1 billion market cap. Right. You also adjust and updating for because you got to adjust for the share count. It's fine. Market cap wise, right? Not sorry. In this particular instance, I would be the incremental 10% that acts as the tipping point. Yeah, right. What would be the interesting article? Oh, review financials? Oh, like where they were back then, where they are today? Yeah, right. Financials then burst down and showed no change in market cap. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Plus the Microsoft deal. I agree, Justin. Because I think people don't get it. I think there's many people out there who aren't getting that aspect, and I think it's important. I don't know. It'd be nice if there's some other news. There's some other news like tomorrow or something that you could toss in there. You know what I mean? Then they're just to round it out. It's like an additional thing. Because those numbers matter. And then and then the cash as a percentage of it too. You know what I mean? As you keep on bringing up, Justin, he's mentioned it a couple times. I think Justin. Great to pose our question. Oh yeah, Justin's terrific. Think about it. Maybe that is a Q3. Yeah, maybe it's later. I know Justin knows best. He's it's only got so much time in the day. He's already crushing it. How much can this guy do? You know? Oh shit. MW has been the crab days. Monday, Wednesday has been the crab, with Thursday being the announcement dates. Yeah, Breton says Thursday the announcement dates. That's what Microsoft was. Microsoft was on a Thursday. And what about the one before them where they dropped everything? They announced everything in that single press release. Remember when they announced I really liked that press release. It wasn't even a damn business one. Always surprises me. I mean, it's important not to think about this stuff too much. Just shits and giggles. What day was this announced? Thursday. Oh shit, that's what he's talking about. Oh shit, good call. Who just said that? Breton. I forgot this one was Thursday too. So I agree with you, Uber. Smarter than being credit. Hopefully I've made that clear on some other streams. They knew they're up against. Yeah. They prepared. Yeah. Cadence. I know. Oh, Justin agrees with that one too. All right. Hey, Justin, I agree. Woo. Yeah, maybe both. Yeah, fundamental news. Right. But that is the wrong answer. Hey, this is one of those. Hey, Saucy, I hope you're right. I hope either of us can be right. You know what I mean? I'm cool with that. If they said we have a deal with Sony, etc., that changes everything. Well, yeah, I mean, you saw Dimitri already saying he thinks that we might already have one. Not a single analyst thinks... Oh, Justin says not a single analyst thinks they can get that deal with Sony. I didn't know that, Justin. Holy shit. I didn't know that. Even wait a second. She mentioned Sony. Didn't she? No? I thought she did. Hey, Steve Mazzini, we gotta make these streams run longer so you can hop in there. I know you're further west. Cheers, Steve. Blue Capital says no. Okay, they say no way. It would absolutely shark the market. Wow, Justin, it's even more impactful than I thought. Then I didn't realize that. Are people doubting that? If they're doubting it, that makes it more impactful. Man, I could have sworn I read somewhere. Do you have anyone? Is there anyone else, or is it just them who said no way? Because if there's anyone else, Thursday. Okay, so Jen's on the Thursday train. All right, Jen, it's in the books. It's in the books. Hugo going with NASA. Hugo. Talk about that space angle, right? They're talking NASA, blockchain, a spaceship that runs on electricity, Hugo. There we go. And the computers all run on the blockchain technology. Boom. Yeah, so Saucy says the same thing. Didn't realize that was the perception. Yeah, the possibilities, but I still don't know if it's likely. Although I don't think, for me, it's not game changing. But I'm. So Saucy talking about once the Microsoft deal, Sony and Nintendo have considered at least possibilities. But for me, and I think I said this on the last stream, I have no idea. Maybe there would only be one major partnership like that. I don't know. I know people think, oh, the Sony and Nintendo, but I have no. This is I definitely said this on the last stream. Where I'm like, I have to in management. I trust on this one. I'm too dumb. I mean, I don't know enough. I'm not dialed into that stuff. That I don't even know if it's possible to have another one. I think that I'd lean toward. I think that you could, but I don't know. Way more market share than Microsoft. Yep. Steven had mentioned this too. Sony was bigger. Mouse about esports and GME, maybe even Activision before we get Sony announcement. Okay, Myth. So Myth's running with that the gaming side of things. We're going with Activision. We talked about that earlier. I'd like that too. Like I said, diversifying the types of partnerships they have. I'd love to see that. I don't know. I don't know which one's bigger. I don't know. But me personally, if I see something that's a different type of a partnership than the Microsoft one that we saw right here, I like that because, I mean, you see me. I'm talking on Twitter about stacking the different types of high margin revenue streams. I can see the potential for what could happen, but is it actually going to happen? I want to see. I'd like to see a deal linked. I don't know if one of those is imminent, but I'd like that. Oh, yeah. So Justin's saying, yeah, they think GME gave something up to get the Microsoft deal / the back office / cloud, etc. But if they announce a standalone deal, that's true. People were saying that. People thought the only thing GameStop was getting out of they were taking on the all the Microsoft gear, right? The Surfaces and stuff. That's true. It's definitely the perception. The perception is so heavy. It's so meaningful for a stock like GameStop. There's no doubt about it. Wow. Uber says that Uber's on the float train too. Hey, Uber and Saucy, I have a question for you. Why didn't much happen at following Senvest stake? That was another over 5% of the shares. Steve Stugg says if the Microsoft deal gets 44%, Steve gets 100%. Yeah. Oh shit! I gotta get caught up. What the hell happened? I agree with float just because it's already so low. All right. Well, I don't know enough about this. Me and Justin coming at it from the business side of things. You know what I mean? Although I would hope people, not hope, that's not the right word. I would think people might be more coming around to this just because they saw what happened to the Microsoft announcement. But I mean, y'all could be right? This isn't like this. I'm just speculating on my end. What the hell do I know? I don't know. Yeah, changes the float more than fundamental news. That's what I mean. If you get people buying in, yeah, okay, I'll keep reading. Float's fundamental news. Everyone stopped selling. Right. Right. So Saucy's playing for different reasons, right? Agree. Can you repeat that? It broke up. Why didn't much happen? Look. Why didn't much happen? Oh, you're talking to me? Oh, shit. Who's talking to me? Sorry, I zoned out there for a second. Why didn't much happen? Look at the chart. Okay. Well, when did that announcement happen? Oh, yeah. So what do we want to pin it to? So we talked about this last stream. Remember, Justin, here we go. We're doing this again where we're trying to pin a move on one specific announcement. So to your point, Uber, the next day when we knew the stock price didn't do much, it was up 3%. So if we want to say the price action since then is completely attributed, not that you're saying completely, maybe that's too strong, that you want to attribute it to the float being eaten up, I would say, well, a number of some other things have happened where I say that sentiment shift that I saw over the weekend, a lot of this was following Justin talking to some news sources, getting the word out there. I feel like I could I'm not saying that I don't know how much is being weighted by folks out there, but I think there's a case to be made that could have been just as impactful. This isn't that big of a move. You know what I mean? But I mean, to Saucy's point, he's saying, well, another 10%. But the market was up 3% following the news that Senvest. I know this, and I said this stuff takes time to digest. But it's maybe not a good use of our time to try to pin that. And I asked it, so my bad. Okay, so Superside only 5%. All right. Again, are you an Uber? Are you? It kind of seems like just because someone took the 10% stake doesn't, and you, Saucy, I know you agree with this, doesn't mean that the float is being eaten up. The float could increase. The float can increase with a 10% stake. I thought we agreed on this. So everyone's talking about the float being eaten up. Correct me if I'm wrong. If we agree that someone taking a 10% stake could increase the float, excuse me, the shortable, like the number of shares that could be shorted, you know what I mean? Because if they're buying them from people who weren't lending them out, and now this new person is lending them out, they're an issue? Am I missing something? It's great to see fundamentals being discussed. Console release, Microsoft part of them behind the scenes. Yeah, so I agree. Yeah, you like to see if this were all happening in a vacuum without the fundamental news, right, that's a different, but the fundamental news, and it's great that that's what's being discussed. I agree, Steve. That's huge. This short squeeze stuff is a little bit of a sideshow. Not to say it shouldn't be talked about, right? That's what we talk about. We talk about that shit here, of course, but like it's that fundamental thesis. So it's good that that's what's being discussed among people, especially on like some of those YouTube videos people were sharing. And even on social media, but I'm like, all right, they're having the right conversation, they're having the right discussion, which is good. And then if short stuff happens, great. If you're long, okay, cool. But there's this real thesis here, and it's good to see people talking about that. Microsoft news 2 weeks later. So. Yeah, I mean, if you get news tomorrow, that'll be something. I agree, Daily. I mean, if you get news tomorrow, that's something. As people have been talking about on this chat. Right, what's the actively traded float right now? Lots of new longs, yeah. Stream management knows what they're doing. I know. So I've been I've been pretty. People have been kind of negative on management, and I've always felt that was misplaced. And now people. It's good to see like Daily saying that people's coming around. I mean, Daily may have been the whole time. I'm just saying it as an example. It's good to see management. People talking positively about management, because I can attest to the fact that many people haven't been viewing them that way for quite a while. That's right. Yes, that's the thing. That's what I think maybe what Justin talked about too. Talk about you get new buyers in, that could start eating up. Like you get that demand, that investor demand. There needs to be that buying. You don't know if the reverse would happen. You don't know, but you feel you feel more confident that like a major partnership type news is going to get people to buy than you do that a 10% stakeholder is necessarily going to trigger them to close their positions or anything like that. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm coming at it from. Wait, that one's still pretty sure you can. There's no real selling. Right, I agree, Daily. It doesn't seem like there could have been heavy selling. There's been opportunities if people wanted to sell this stuff. Could have been heavy selling. You didn't get it. It's all in low volume. Buyers stepping in. I agree. We're seeing less and less selling. Doesn't mean it couldn't just sell off tomorrow. This stuff can happen. But I've been saying this whole time, and you're just not getting it. A couple times you got it for a couple days. Has it even ever been down for a full week? Yeah, it kind of has. Okay. But so I'm seeing what you're seeing, Daily. No, I agree. Wrong, kidding. My point. Oh, okay. Were you going with me? Sorry, Saucy. I'm losing. Okay, so Justin says that they thinks they are shorter. Yeah, absolutely, a lot of money. Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. Okay, we're on the same boat there, same page. I don't know, but you got to say, yeah, maybe. For the fees, right? But from a risk return, so I know, Saucy, because I get this angle. I get it. No one knows, right? No one knows. Get there without news. It's going to be tough without news to break above 16. That's what I think. I think we're in that box, personally. Rectangle, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I don't know about that, Saucy. Active longs aren't letting their shares out. Why not? You certainly can invest only on it. Right. Yeah, I know, right? As Justin would tell you, yeah, some of these can take long. Some of these can be weeks, months. They can take long time. Depends on the type. So I say, where's the book? Some of these days can be days. Some of these can be weeks. I think something like GameStop, I kind of lean toward what Justin's talking about. I think it could be a longer term one. We'll see, though. You never know. There's been increasing availability. Hey, well, Philly, welcome. Cheers. Yep, so Steve Stunk says that, yeah. The shares lending out, given the potential reward of the squeeze. It could still happen yet, Saucy, right? I mean, I'm with you on that one. It could still happen yet, but that's the thing. Yeah, that you'd have to be betting on that they won't, or that they'll. I don't know. I'll stop. Let me catch up. VW took months. I don't know if it did take months. Maybe for the lows to the peak. People to start to sell their shares to get to them. Yet we have all these short sellers obsessed with I know, yeah, beep boop beep. So Steve says it's funny that we talk about GME getting on the radar of bigger funds if they get to $1 billion market cap. Yet we have short sellers obsessed with a sub-$1 billion market cap. Yeah, that $1 billion. Does it sound silly? $1 billion market cap, $16 price level on the chart and stuff. And then like we've talked about this as Steve is mentioning here. These bigger market cap, when you have a larger market cap, the larger institutions to get involved. They some of them can't get involved with companies at these lower market caps. Then you pair that breach with legitimate partnership news that changes the thinking at some of these institutions that gaming is going horse and buggy. Excuse me, that GameStop's going horse and buggy. That it's not going to survive. Like. It can be explosive because it can all be happening at the same time. Then new consoles are coming out. Yeah. William Invest. Welcome back, William. Welcome back. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. Oh, William's got an article coming out. All right, we'll keep an eye out for it. Where at? Absolutely. Yeah. I also agree with the fundamental story. Yeah. I think, and Saucy, you seem to, based on our discussions, you seem to get what we're talking about here. It's kind of just like talking about stuff at the margin, which none of us have like super high conviction in, huh? That's why it's always a good discussion. But thanks for sharing. Cheers, Justin. Thanks for everything. As always, mate. I know. Good question. EO asked, at what price does the 3 times a week Roaring Kitty streams about GameStop end? That's a terrific question that I don't know the answer to right now. EO was going to be a warning sign. We'll have, the channel will evolve, right? We'll have to see. I know it's been we do other research here besides GameStop, but not lately. But we'll have to see how the next couple weeks go. At first I said September, now we're in October, but shit keeps on unfolding, right? We'll see. We'll play it by ear, and we'll keep on talking about how it evolves and stuff. It will evolve. Like, my intention is for it to evolve, right? That's my plan here. I just didn't think GameStop. I started streaming in August. I didn't think it was gonna run up as soon as I started streaming. Shit, what the hell did I know? You know what I mean? And then it's front of mind for me because it's a big position, right? But so we'll see. Someday we'll get back and just see. That's the thing. Like I say, I track so many stocks, right? And that's a big part of my process, just tracking stuff. Not always digging in deep into each of these individual stocks, just tracking stuff. Which is part of the idea with the stream. And I feel as though that can be educational, folks, just seeing that. But then every once in a while, I'll get really dialed into a stock and dive deep, follow everything. I don't even know what the next one will be for GameStop. I don't know. We'll have to see. But in the meantime, until I do have one, we'll be doing probably looking into a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, always great to get Justin's perspective. Of course. Then he's like doing solid research here, right? This is sick. Gonna be a warning sign for me. That's funny, yo. Don't worry, y'all will see it. Been working hard. Keep that conviction. Cheers, William. Good luck. Good luck. Excited to see it, huh? William's been on the stream a whole bunch of times, huh? Steve's talking my wife. Yeah, I was right. The website. Josh Sword in the digital economy ran up because he started streaming. Now you must continue posts. Yeah. It ran up because I started streaming. Yeah, right. There was only times there was 0 people on the stream, one person on the stream, and then I think I can't remember, but I want to say that it started to pick up in September, right, when like Ryan Cohen took a stake. But even that Ryan Cohen night, it was a Friday night, and I was doing the Ryan Cohen analysis on the stream. I want to say there was one other person on the stream, and it was just the two of us doing the research because I didn't know who Ryan Cohen was, so I had to do it. And I thought that was a riot. I still think about that one. That one was funny. And then, yeah, it just kept on running. Then so much stuff has happened. That's what I mean. The timing is kind of, for my thesis, what my thesis was that it was going to unfold. I expected it to unfold, I suppose, around, like, by the time the consoles came around, right? And the couple months thereafter. That was my thesis. But it didn't happen, like, that it has already, it is almost 4-baggered in mid-October. I guess I'm a little bit, like, I don't know. I guess we're getting closer to November. I don't know. I'll have high conviction to play, right? And then sometimes it just goes according to plan. So many times it doesn't, though. But sometimes it does. And this one is kind of going according to plan. So that's kind of nice. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. So Steve says the first time Steve Stunk joined, there were 13 people watching. Okay. Yeah, it kind of picked up in September. As soon as we got to, like, September, then earnings were coming up, too. And then it was like bang, 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 bang. And so, yeah. Chat was real quiet. Oh, Steve Stunk, don't tell me how the experience was. No, because I know how it was, right? I was probably just going through the tracker spreadsheet, looking at all this shit. You know what I mean? But that's part of the educational part. That tracking part, I think, is overlooked by a lot of folks, right? Okay, let me get does anyone here track Discovery.com? Similar type of company that's supposed to be obsolete, dirt cheap. But yeah, what's that ticker there? DS? No, I don't know that too much, Steve. I forget the ticker though. Dirt cheap relative to cash flow. That's interesting. Yeah, give me the ticker. I'll at least pop up the chart. It's like a 5-ticker one. Is the trade over the counter? Yeah. Oh no, it just has multiple. That's right. It has multiple classes. That's what it is. Ah, shit. What's the market cap? Ooh, 10 billion. Your thesis is echoed. Oh, shit. Okay, so sick. Williams, we got an article coming out. He's saying he's going to talk about the thesis here. That's good, because I think that gets the word out there, William, right? I think a lot of people don't have that right story and stuff, and it's like the pursuit of truth. The pursuit of truth. Short thesis is dead. Beep, boop, beep. Ryan, welcome back. Welcome back. Cheers. Let's take a little bit. What time we got? Oh, 10:30. One thing that I ask is the stocks. Oh, okay. Super Saucy, that's fair. Says if the stock breaks out after breaking 18, you'd like a shout out. You get the shout out. We got a bunch of shout outs for fall. Although, what if how do we know if it breaks out at 18? What if it breaks out at 16? Do you still get that shout out, Saucy? Do you know what I mean? Saucy, shout out at 18 break. You know what I mean? I keep 15, 16, but I get you note. I took it down. I got it. Okay, William says 22, his first visit. Yep, I remember William coming, I think September. Yep. How the eyes have came. Yeah. Okay. Perception of the potential. Yeah, I didn't really perception of the potential. So I didn't read that. Yeah, I didn't know if I haven't seen that. That's why I'm kind of surprised by that, Saucy, too. I haven't seen that much pessimism about it, but I don't know. If that is the case, then it's more impactful. Like I was saying, I just don't know. I don't have enough information to say. I know that many people perceive Sony as a different type of it could be a bigger potential partnership, and I thought it did seem like Microsoft did seem like the more likely partner. We may not even get the Sony one. I don't know, but if it does happen, I agree. It could be big. Every time I see that Seeking Alpha article. on Twitter now. My heart skips a beat with the Sony one. 3 billion cash flow. All right. Yeah, Discovery. The Discovery TV show. Maybe a little bit lower this year with advertising down. Be a good year for well, not that type of advertising. Seems like it would be shocking, Saucy. Yep. Catalyst is coming, Kitty. One I doubt you see coming. Is it your article, William? Let me see if I can pop in that Discovery stuff. Hey, maybe William. I hope it's a positive catalyst, right? I'm okay with that shit. What's that? 6. If that deal happens when the story drops, man, fireworks, I imagine. Yeah. I don't know. 18 is my line in the sand. That is the point where the squeeze. Okay. Well, I'm okay with this. We talk. Oh yeah, you definitely mentioned this before, Saucy. So even 18, right? We're splitting hairs here, but I'm in this 15 to 18 range, and that just happens to coincide with that $1 billion range, which I think is just maybe it sounds silly. I don't know. I'm on board with this though. That 15 to 18 range is something to watch. Watch it happen, and then nothing happens. I'll just get to like 19, it comes back down. I'm like, oh shit. Well, I guess that didn't work out. You know what I mean? I don't know. This isn't high conviction analysis for me. I too will just draw a line in the sand, toss out an opinion on stuff. What has been the best performing asset in 2020? I don't know, William. What is it? The answer is worth thinking about. Real estate? Oh, you're gonna walk us through what it is? Oh shit. Since I will consider confirmation bias of my theory. That's right. Yes, Aussie. Yeah. Oh, Daily Knows. GameStop. I invite Bitcoin. Oh, you're gonna write. Just keep your eyes up this week. Big picture. Think of connection the catalyst could have. All right, William, I'll keep an eye out. Getting us excited, huh? What's William gonna write about? Oh, there you go. Some people have mentioned this on the stream, and I don't think about it too much, just because it's excuse me. But a vaccine announcement leads to a massive inflow into retail. It's true. I don't think about it much, but that stuff matters, right? It's because how can I have high confidence in my analysis that I straight up can't? But this stuff matters, just like vaccine maybe it matters the most, right? Stimulus deal, that stuff matters. Election stuff potentially matters for a stock like GameStop, but maybe not as much. But a value catching a tailwind, that type of stuff matters. Imagine the Sony deal with the public announcement that they had previously repurchased earlier in the quarter. Wow, all right, Uber. I mean, if they, I can't even Uber. I can't. I can't. I want to, but I can't. Man, Sony deal public announcement. I have to know. GameStop found the vaccine. People have definitely. Was it Hugo? Someone said it. I think maybe someone said that on the stream. If they found the vaccine. Via ETS, flow would be massive. I agree. So the flow, that's the thing. The flow matters. That's why so they say some of the retail investors matter too. That flow of funds, the ETFs getting involved. Just GameStop rising, its market cap rising. They need to buy more of it. But I don't know enough about it. Would have the Uno card said this week. Yeah, we haven't gone through the Uno cards this week. We should do that though. To see, I know we need to. How do we ask them? How do we pose the questions to Uno? I know I said it in my video. I do got them here. I got them right here. They're ready to run, Ryan. You think I'm joking? Oh shit! I broke the elastic. Shit. I like showing the green ones because then they disappear on me. Watch this. I can't even see it. I wonder if that happens with all of them. How about red? Now you can see red. Okay. We may need them, Ryan. If we can't get to the bottom of this stuff, we gotta deal out the cards. Know what I mean? I won't be able to sleep tonight. I've said all I can. It's all right. Can't only think, but big things are coming. And it's all about a goal going into earnings. Okay, we invest killing us here. GameStop sold distributive COVID vaccines. Can you imagine? It says crypto. We were talking about crypto and blockchain and stuff. After publication of Water to the Tune. Hey, William, thanks for the heads up. We'll keep it up. We'll definitely keep an ie out. We'll probably see it. Will we see it on Twitter? Yeah, you're on Twitter. We'll see it on Twitter. Tag GME. Tag GME in it. We'll see it. We'll all see it, right? Tag GME. Retweet it and tag GME. We'll see that shit. Yeah, CU's been talking about it quite a bit on this chat, and today he talked about it too. He had me bring this up. Hey, William, you still here? William, CU had me bring up. William, you still here? Check this out. CU had me bring this article up today. I don't know what we talk about. Maybe your article's not about crypto, but just for what it's worth, CU was talking about how. This could be how GameStop might be able to benefit from this type of setup in the gaming industry. And anyway, I said, yes, I'm still here. Oh, sorry. William, this article right here. I'm sorry. I don't even know what William's article is about. But if it were about cryptocurrency and it were about blockchain technology and stuff, CU earlier today in the stream was mentioning something along those lines and was saying, bring up this article, but I didn't read it yet. Oh, digital dividend? OSTK move? Let's go. Yeah, we talked about that before too, right? Can you? I can't even take that. I mean, it's been done. It's not like there's no precedent for that, but Bitcoin. If this is Bitcoin, I'm gonna be disappointed. No, I don't. Yeah, Bitcoin's not up that much this year. Someone just said 80%. Yeah, we just had the chart up. OSTK corollary. Some people have been saying that. Yep. In fact, Steve Stonks, right? Steve Stonks. Here you go. Oh, I got it bookmarked. Yo, Steve. Steve Stonk Squeeze right here. Steve Stonk Squeeze. I got it. Oh, Steve, you gotta run. Keep up the good work. Oh, let me just pull this out. Oh, Steve, 1 minute. 1 minute. Here we go. I got it. $3 on 20. Okay. All right. Sorry, Steve. I'll take a peek at this. I got the fundamentals up. I didn't get to it in time. We started talking GameStop. Pull up some of the CNBC. Oh, well, John Malone. Is John Malone still heavily involved in this? If John Malone's involved. Is he involved, Steve? Because if he is, then I already agree with you. All right, you good. All right, I'm on board. I'm on board. He bought each of the last few years. Oh, okay. I think, you know what? I think I had heard this. I think, he sold marginal sale. John Malone. 24. All right, I agree with you. I agree with you, Steve. That was said. I'll take a peek at those fundamentals, but him being involved, I talk about the characteristics that I like at a stock. You just mentioned in that. I'm like, all right, we're talking Discovery Communications. John Malone knows his shit. I'll take a peek at those fundamentals, Steve. Cheers. Have a nice night. Nice to see you on the stream tonight. That was sick. I'm running out of beer. I'll keep that up for me too. But this was it. Check the interview, though. Maybe halfway. Okay. When was it today? What do you say? Pull up some of the John Malone interviews as well. All right, I will. Later, Steve. I may add it to the Ron Katie portfolio. Who knows? All right. Isn't that what OSTK did? It's the home of esports betting. That would be quite... Oh! So, yeah, esports betting. I've seen some people talk about that. That would be quite the Penn National of esports. If we pull a OSTK, I'm going to cry. Yeah, there you go. Steve Stonk's been saying November. Or that it has started, but November is when you get the big candle. His $100 theory. If this happens, this is officially the Steve Stonk squeeze. He can't buy more due to owning everything. Oh shit, I missed that, Steve. Okay. 2019 November, I believe. Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks, William. I'll check that. Yeah, okay. Well, one hint, everyone. I don't think there's a shot you'll put it together. All right. Keep an eye out for that. Oh, Thursday tomorrow, right? Oh, shit. I was losing track of the days, too. I was thinking it was like a Tuesday or something. I won't be able to rest until I figure out. Alright, I try this. If this blows up, then I'll be hyped. Do what you want. Yeah. Almost a good link there, huh? I hadn't seen that one. That's sick. That's a GameStop, huh? It is got to be a GameStop, right? I'll keep that up. This up. That up. That up. Gotta keep that up because someone better tell Super Saucy here what the best performing asset class is. Someone, or not, or better asset. Someone better tell Saucy here. He's not going to bed tonight, huh? Well, we're gonna be streaming here all night. William, playing the long game. Wait, how what could impact the Q3 balance sheet? What William's talking about is going to impact the Q3 balance sheet? Oh, did I miss that? What I don't get is how it would impact Q3 balance sheet. Quarter ends. It will. Oh, William. Oh, it will? Oh, no. That was October 20. I don't get he said strap like that without accounting assuming norm. What the hell? What the hell's going on? I don't even know anymore. I gave a great hint. Oh shit. Oh, William, this is terrific. This is a riot. Now we're definitely gonna break it up. They gotta at least break it up next stream, no doubt. It's a riot. He's somehow growing. Some sort of esports hub. Oh man, this is funny. Killing my problems, me. Power rewards and GameStop using digital currency for in-app purchases and downloads. Yeah. What was it called? We talked about that, right? We have a real operating business here. We don't need that crush. Yeah. It would have to make sense, right? There's some things where you're like, it has to make good business sense, right? And so far, every decision that the management team has been making seems to make good business sense. But that's the thing. If there were something that could make business sense, but it's also appealing to the masses, or it gets its attention grabbing, you know what I mean? That could be good. So they enter into esports using digital currencies. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that just sound sexy? It'd be like people would start talking about that. You know what I mean? And if it could if it's actually a positive impact on the business, of course that's first and foremost, right? But I don't know enough. Take crypto payments. Going down that crypto angle, huh? CU would be proud. I don't know if CU's still here anymore, but hope he catches the rest of this stream. Gamecoin, yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Gamecoin, okay. Cashback type of thing, right? And who was it? Uber saying it was kind of like, was it like Kohl's cashback, Kohl's cash rewards or something? Digital microcharges of the future. I forget. First looked good. He was buying in 2019. Wow. It's down 50% since he was buying. He's been a buyer at 30. It definitely looks cheap. If it could start growing again, this looks interesting to me. Downside's protected. I'd agree with that. Just don't know if there's enough upside to care. Gamecoin. They see some big names already. Oh, esports. All right, we're getting a little bit more. Getting a little bit more info there. So a blockchain for video games that allows for digital sharing that is somehow enabled by GameStop. I came here to give Kitty a heads up. YouTube channels were just like, cheers, William. If it would have a material impact on Q, they have to report it. I mean, maybe an online marketplace for use cases. William tells you to secret like a digital platform, like a digital cross. Oh yeah, I just closed that shit. Check this out. What is it called? Well, yeah, not that this is totally related, but in that Scott Preston article, he talks about how GameStop could work with the publishers and console manufacturers to be the trading house for used games. Oh shit, where'd it go? Like this one was always, I'm like, what? hey, this could tie. Does this tie into the blockchain? I mean, I don't know about William's article, but we were talking about this later, William. I just saw you say, trading house for users. You could be in a position to create a neutral platform, a clearinghouse, in charge a nominal fee, 50 cents, to facilitate transactions. The publishers would keep the. I should have brought this up when we were talking this before. And create residual value for their digital games. Everybody would win. I thought this was interesting because nobody has talked about this. And oh, you talk about this, Uber? Oh, you talk about something else. All right, let me get caught up. I saw the name. I can't really give Kitty. If it would have a material, then would have to. I mean, maybe an online marketplace for used games. Is this what you're talking about, Saucy? Tell us. Buy back your digital copies for 20% and give your credit whatever. This is just digitizing the resale business. Lastly, for the brand roaring, I went to work, so I didn't catch a response. What was the dash tab on? Oh, Cheyenne. Dash just stands for dashboard. So it doesn't stand for anything. It's just dashboard, like a dashboard, like that's usually my go-to tab. Doesn't mean anything else. Good question. I never really explained that. They would need a ton of partnerships for that. Talks. Partners with GOG platform to be a co-distributor of their games. Anyone watch Kirby Enthusiasm? Oh yeah, Kirby Enthusiasm, sick. Sick. Wow, if they pulled that off, I think it's a great idea. But I don't know how they do that in 1 quarter. The true next to the physical game. Come on, Microsoft. I know. Me too, JG. I'm lost too. I'm doing my best, but whoo. Damn, William knows how to get people to click his shit, huh? Nice job, William. Now, I mean, now we're all like super interested. I gots to know, huh? What's that from? Was it Dirty Harry? Did I fire 5 bullets or 6? I gots to know. About just gambling trees, yeah. Who was this? Did this for the clickbait. I did the clickbait. I know what balls is so blue. Oh jeez. Well, that's what I said. Hopefully he tags GME, and then we'll I'm sure we'll all come across it when we're just clicking on the thing, right? Anyway, this is kind of related to what y'all were talking about. I thought it was interesting. We'll have to see. Yeah. Thanks, William. We'll keep an eye out for it, right? We will. I'm curious. You had my attention, but now you got my curiosity. Is that right? You had my curiosity, but now you got my attention. I always get that shit backwards, huh? Oh, okay, 11. All right. Oh, I think we'll call it today. Huh? We got some good research done today. Good thought. Good thinking through some new stuff, huh? That's what I think. Plus, we have a new potential article coming out here, huh? Oh, we got to see too. That Thursday, we doing some bi-weekly Thursday news? Should we get some bi-weekly Thursday news? Shit. That'd be interesting. After hours. Jen said after hours, right? I think that would probably be more. I think after hours is usually the more likely stuff. I think that was atypical, that midday news drop, you know? You rarely see that. Otherwise, keep following that price action. Now I'm really curious. I know. We don't even know what it is. Let's just hope it gets posted. He'll post it. Or someone will post it, right? Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I think I'll roll. We've got to catch up on our sleep, right? Because if we do get craziness tomorrow, then it's going to be craziness on Friday. We got to be ready for that, you know? In the meantime, let's watch price action. But it's really interesting because it doesn't really kind of seem like the price action is setting up for something to happen from here on out. And I keep on thinking it's going to be news that would trigger the next move, you know? It would be Steve Sung says rocket ship. It'd be great. I mean, it'd be kind of if there is something tomorrow. I'm just like, damn, that's just crazy because the chart is like kind of like do something. You know what I mean? Even when you break down to the fifth. Oh shit! It always does that. Looking like it. And then we get to check out for this article too. That's the other thing. Who was that? Super Saucy later, Stonk later, Gats, Uber, Jen. Still got some folks in here, right? Eduardo, peace out. William, you already rolled. Justin, thanks for coming. Scroll up. Cody, peace out. Good questions today. JG, lost is me. We're both lost together. Smash, peace out. I get everybody. Good many people still here, huh? Have a happy rest of your week, huh? And then we'll end it. Hopefully together on some exciting. Hopefully we're smoking cigars again. You know what I mean? Let's go. Shit. The chart does seem. Tomorrow would be the day. I agree, Uber, right? Isn't it funny? The chart does it doesn't mean it happens, right? This is just a chart. But if it does happen tomorrow, everything's a test, everything's an experiment. Holy shit, if it does happen tomorrow, I'm going to laugh my ass off, dude. Oh, shit. Later, Uber. Thanks for coming. Peace out, Daily. Later, Daily. Nice to see you, too. Couple. Jimmy, good night. Later. Peace out, Chris. All right, everyone have a nice night. Let me finish this. Catch up on y'all sleep. Watch the price action. Keep an eye out for news. Apparently for William's article, although we don't know if it's this Thursday, next Thursday. It's coming up, though. We'll keep an eye out for it. Arthur, peace out, Arthur. You have a nice night, too. Later, Jen. All right, let's go. Okay. Oh, let me get this queued up. What should I do? I'll do the fourth one. All right. Until next time. Peace out, Dusty. Have a nice... Dusty, going from work, coming home, we're catching up on the shit. And Cheyenne, too. Cheyenne was rolling, too. Have a nice night, everybody. All right, laters.